Salutations, my friends. Salutations. We are coming in hot. Coming in hot this week. We're going to try to hit it fast as well. A whole lot of different things going on this week and beyond. Salutations, my friends. And thank you for tuning in to another edition of Factions of Freedom. I'm your host, Noise Era, Freedom Faction, whichever one you prefer. And this is show number 1628, season 16, episode 28. And I have titled this episode, Dystopian Dreaming, Artificial Medicine, and the Impacts of Disclosure. Yeah, it's really getting wild out there. We're seeing the collapse of society. We're seeing the introduction of a new ideology, a new, basically, pantheon. We're seeing the acceleration of humanity, and we're seeing just so much stuff that it's just wild. It's getting wild. Your embattled host has been busy this week. Ladies and gentlemen, FreedomFaction.news, I'll bring that up here shortly, but FreedomFaction.news is going to be your new Drudge Report, your new Liberty Daily, your new Slate News, your new, your people's, the people's voice. It's going to have all that. It's going to be the place to go. FreedomFaction.news.com. Actually, it's not even .com. It's FreedomFaction.news. That's the .com. We've been very busy, and I'm very, very excited to talk about it and to kind of at the same time allude to how this is the beginning of the transformation, or at least the continuation of this configuration switch up that we've been doing so far this year, towards the latter parts of this year. And again, I need you guys to go to patreon.com/noise and get an exclusive membership. I made a new $10 tier, very affordable for everybody, to where you can get just synchronized access everywhere. Patreon, Instagram, Telegram, Substack, and more. Right? There's a lot of different things that we're going to be doing just to switch up, to accommodate. And it's wild, you know, because again, the same way we're talking about FreedomFaction.news, we've also automated the Instagram page, which is pretty crazy to me. And, you know, if you've been in the Instagram group chat, you've been hearing some of the existential crises and identity crises I've been going through as I talk about switching configurations and automating the page and how we're growing and everything that comes with it, man. And here we are, just pulling it all together. Pulling it together. So patreon.com/noise. That's how you fund and support us. You can also get direct access to what we're doing over there at freedomfaction.substack.com. That's me writing articles and basically telling you guys up front what we're doing. And then freedomfaction.news is me basically saying, hey, look at all these articles, look at all these things that we've been looking at for years, now available to you. I think we've drilled it down from 50 feeds to about 30. So we're going to be expanding that. We've got a lot of different things that we're doing. It's kind of weird, but like, say bye-bye to the 4 to 5 hour shows, man. You know, that might be just something that we end up doing with the exclusive members. We're going to be doing shorter shows. We're going to be doing interviews. We're going to be doing like just different things. And it's weird. It's weird because we didn't always start out at 4 to 5 hour long shows. We didn't start out just doing everything we're doing. And so to just be switching up in a time of such chaos and tumult it only makes sense, honestly. It only makes sense. And so I'm very excited to talk about all of those things. FreedomFaction.news, as well as the work that we're doing over there on FreedomFaction.substack, and why I need your guys' continued support over at patreon.com/noise. And it's wild because what's eventually going to happen as we scale this up is we're going to have to find like a payment processor that puts all this stuff together and runs this like a business. And so it's wild, man. I just keep saying that because I'm so blessed to be in this position, to see like what's ahead of us and to be in this position to basically execute the will of this whole operation. And again, this is why I'm telling you guys to join the Instagram group chat. There's also one for TikTok as well. They still won't give us our most recent Paranormal Perspective episode, so I'm a little bit mad at them. But if you've been paying attention inside of the Instagram group chat, I've been talking about how the automation will free us up to do more, right? It'll free us up to do interviews. It'll free us up to write articles. It'll free us up to do videos, compilations, things like that. The 4 to 5 hour shows that we're doing, they are a symptom and a byproduct of us not having an effective way to discharge all this creative stuff that we're doing. And so when I'm talking about FreedomFaction.news, that's me saying, hey, look at this distribution system that we've come up with. When I talk about FreedomFaction.substack, that's me saying, hey, look at these actual articles that we've written, right, that are sourced. One of which actually got, and we're writing them over on there on X as well, right? One of which got like close to like 16,000 views, man. That's crazy. We're seeing like an explosion as well with our listenership and we're in our audience. And it's because we're grinding, we're moving, we're doing things different. And so for people that are just kind of skipping this segment, the intro, I totally understand that. It's not like the traditional conventional intro. This is me just saying like we've been busy these past couple of weeks. We've had some administrative work that we're doing. We've got some back end work that we're doing, some front end work that we're doing, and we're seeing results. And it's a blessing, man, because there's people that have been rocking with us since season 1, season 2, and they've been with us since the deplatforming, and they're seeing us basically reconstitute and build. Right? We've been on a bit of a autopilot these past couple years, just kind of heavily relying on the podcast and hoping that we would get people's support through like loyal audiences. And there's nothing wrong with that, but you got to get out there and go reach new people. You got to figure out how to meet people where they're at. People don't have the attention span, unfortunately, for a 4 to 5 hour long show. And so this is where the clips come in. This is where like the shorter stuff comes in, the diversification of content, the different types of videos, right? The talking head videos, as well as the compilations. And so now that we're automating things and using some of the tech at our services, it's really putting it into gear. And so I'm just happy to start working for you guys in a much more efficient fashion. Because again, that was something that I'll say this, and I'll start getting into the updates in the intro as if we haven't already. That was one of the real reasons why when we got deplatformed, we had a hard time immediately coming back, because they had just discontinued and shadow banned us. They took all of our money, and this is a hell of an operation to try to run by oneself. And now that we have these tools, now that we have the automation, the AI, we are a little bit smarter about things. It presents a much better position for us to be in. And so we're very happy to continue working for you guys and improving the work that we're doing. So again, patreon.com/noise, NOIZCE. That's the best way to support this operation, because as I said, we are currently switching configurations. Let me go ahead and pull up FreedomFaction.news so you guys can see this sexy beast that we've manifested before you. It is not I, but it is a aspect of myself. This sexy beast. Look at this thing right here. And it's simple, man. I wanted it to be very easy to navigate, very pared down, very low key, like an RSS feeder. FreedomFaction.news. It's got articles. It's got multiple feeds. It's polling like every 15 to 30 minutes. I need to drill that down to about every hour. And like I said, we have about 30 plus feeds that you guys can see. Like, let's look up some COVID news real quick. We'll probably do this during the COVID segment too. Hidden brain conditions that doctors are now linking to COVID. Biden regime paid hundreds of influencers to promote dangerous COVID vaccines. Guess what? They're probably all dead. They probably are. This is breaking news. And again, this is stuff that you guys now have access to, and we're going to be improving it over time as well. So you get access to everything that we're doing. Let's look at vaccine news. What kind of vaccine news do we have? We don't have like a tag implementation system yet, but we'll figure all that out. It's just based on article headlines and keyword searches and stuff of this nature. But here it is, man. Like, I'm genuinely very, very happy with it. Clearly, it's going to be free to everybody. We're going to be adding an API so people can get direct information. That's for people that are super techie and into this and want to know like up-to-date stuff. It's what Trump did, where he just like token gated his information. Again, guys, go check it out yourself. FreedomFaction.news.com. I'm very excited with what we've built with it. There's a lot more coming to it. And this is us, if anything, retaining some type of individuality instead of just being dependent on these social media systems, right? And there's going to be more that comes with that. So right now we only have a Telegram. It's FreedomFaction_news. We'll be making a Twitter as well. But we've just made the website. Please go to it, FreedomFaction.news. FreedomFaction.news. It's not even .com, FreedomFaction.news. Let's just jump into stuff, guys. I'm very, very excited. Blog Talk Radio discontinued our services back in January of 2025. Thank the Lord God Almighty that we were able to find a replacement through Spreaker. And now you guys can find everything that we're doing through Spreaker, Google, iTunes, iHeartRadio, Podbean, Spotify, Alexa, Podcast Addict, and every major podcasting platform. We have over 500 plus episodes that are now available to you people that you can download. And thank the Lord God Almighty that we were able to recover our YouTubes from 2014, our backup channel as well as a decentralized version of our show premiering over there on Odyssey, a blockchain-based blockchain-based video streaming platform. You guys can find the updates to what we're doing inside of Discord, Telegram, Instagram. We're posting again? Not really, though. We're automating the posting. You can find direct updates to what we're doing inside of our Instagram group chat, as well as our Substack. We are pumping the brakes on TikTok, right? Because we're working on other stuff, but we're posting there. We're posting on Instagram. We're writing more articles on Substack and X. It's getting the word out, and we're seeing tremendous success, man, in a short amount of time. We just got to keep the motion, got to keep the momentum. Same thing with the unfinished thoughts and the mini cast. We got to get a couple more of those out. And please, as you guys see right here, go to FreedomFaction.news. I've got that appearing in every single post on our Instagram, every single post on our Telegram news bot channel. It's going to do it everywhere. And that's going to be massive traffic, massive exposure, massive reach, massive engagement that we're just going to be generating, right? So outside of the podcast, we're doing more. FreedomFaction.news. You guys can support what we're doing over at Rumble. You can get a membership over at YouTube as well. You can support us through Coffee, PayPal, Patreon, Cash App. All that goodness will be in the description bar below. And as you guys can see, like, this is what your money's going to. What I'm going to be doing next, and this is for exclusive members. I showed it earlier. I think like I wrote an article about it. Like, we're building the database, but I'm building something else as well to go along with it. That's what you're supporting, is the development of this as a product, a service, and like an operation. Patreon.com/noise. That's the best way to support us as we continue to grow and expand. You can find us over there at Substack as well. FreedomFaction.substack.com. That's where we're writing articles. We have 40 people that have subscribed to us. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for joining us. Seriously, thank you guys for subscribing to us, commenting, engaging. You can get memberships over there too. It's really cool. You can support yourself by getting some New Leaf Naturals CBD oil using promo code FOF25. It's wild, man. It's wild. With that being said, let's just go ahead and start jumping into the meat and potatoes of the show. Let's just start this off with Roman Dembowski. I'm sure I'm pronouncing that right, but he is the former OpenAI and DeepMind safety researcher. He says that we have about 2 to 3 years until superintelligence arrives, and we've already missed the time to slow down. He's basically talking about how AI is taking over. people have lost control of things and the machines are here. It's like, well, I'll say this and I'll play the clip, but I was reading this article, or at least this thread from 4chan earlier this week, and it just painted a disturbingly accurate picture. It filled in the missing blanks of some of the theories that we're working out over here, what COVID was, what the aliens are, how they're advanced forms of life. They've already taken control. And that's kind of what we're beginning to see play out right now. And that's why you're seeing this acceleration, because it is almost inhuman and so much more. But let's go ahead and play this chief executive, this tech head, and then we'll talk about that on the other side.
Types of technology, some of them are beneficial and safe, others are questionable, and others are completely dangerous and should not be built. And it's important to separate the two. What you talk about, yeah, we have algorithms controlling social media. YouTube algorithm forces me to have clickbait title on my podcast. I understand. I need to keep the algorithm happy to increase number of people exposed to the first 30 seconds of the episode. Okay, we got that. But it's not doing anything outside of it in terms of trying to take over the world. It's not planning anything crazy. That's the algorithm. Now, if we build something human level, now it's like another human. It can plan things, it can betray you, it can do what a human can do. But we're still kind of understanding what the level of prediction and pattern recognition is. But if we build something super intelligent, a million times smarter than us, then we have no clue what's going on and what it is doing to us or for us. We just don't have capacity to comprehend that.
Out of all those things you laid out, which one terrifies you the most right now?
The smarter it gets, the worse it is. So if it's super intelligent, we're not competitive. If it's adversarial to us, we're done. The only way to win this game is not to build general superintelligence. We can get most benefits by building narrow, useful tools for solving actual problems we deal with.
Right.
You have a specific disease, let's cure that. You need to create better self-driving cars. That's wonderful. Make a self-driving car. Don't make the same algorithm also do everything else, including research and creation of new AI systems.
Right. Who, in your view, is the closest to creating some sort of a general super intelligence? And what is their stated purpose for doing that?
So the leading 5 companies and plus their Chinese counterparts are all very close. I would say they're within weeks or months from each other. They use same hardware most of the time. They train on the same data. The same people go from company to company. So very close to same level of capability. And every week a new company releases a different model and then others catch up to them, and that's the level. So I think they all equally close to getting to recursive self-improvement ability. And that's where they go very quickly. The code is written automatically, experiments are done automatically, and they get to superintelligence, which is an explicit stated goal of some of those companies. They want to be able to fully automate all labor, initially cognitive, but at some point all labor, including physical, and capture that whole economic value, $10 trillion a year in labor.
Jesus. What does the timeline look like?
So nobody knows for sure, but it looks like we're getting very, very close. Now, I think coding, just writing code, is probably fully automated for many tasks. They're getting better at other parts of it, pre-filtering data, designing experiments. So it would not be crazy if it was a year or two before we have an artificial scientist and engineer working on the next generation models.
A year or two before it's updating itself?
Basically, yeah. Right now, you still have humans in a loop.
Yeah.
There are human machine learning experts, and then AI is helping them. But more and more AI is taking on additional responsibilities.
So if in 2 years that's happening, what does that mean happens in 5 years? Like, what does it look like 5 to 10 years away?
We'll probably get to superintelligence, and that's the point of singularity, where you cannot see beyond that point. You cannot make predictions because the agent controlling that environment is smarter than you.
That's when it becomes a runaway train.
Exactly.
And how important is the development of like quantum computing come into this, like quantum computing merging with AI?
It may be useful to expedite training of those algorithms, but it doesn't look like it's necessary. We're making excellent progress with standard phenomena architecture. I don't think we need quantum computers. I think more of the danger from quantum goes towards privacy and crypto economy than towards AI safety.
It's crazy to think about, but I understand everything he's saying. That we're moving into a time frame where your free will be manipulated, not necessarily against you, but you'll have digital minders. All of everything that you do will be guided toward some type of end goal decision. This is why I say that we're already seeing people become NPCs in somebody else's chat GPT script. Okay. This is the wholesale factory farming of humanity. Okay. So when we're talking about super intelligence and unfortunately 15-year-olds who are completely lost, that can't do basic math and are developing a synthetic intelligence, you have to understand, guys, that and this is what's happening over here too with your host. For the better part of 16 plus seasons, I've sat here and not touched AI. This has all been in internal creativity. I don't even think I came up with a thumbnail this week. I didn't do any posting. I didn't put vibe, heart, or any of this into it. And you have to think about what that does to knowledge, wisdom, and emotional intelligence, growth, and so much more. When we have this so-called now super intelligence, this hyperdimensional super intelligence that's just extracting people's cognitive performance from them, and now they're just being serfs of this AI. You have to think about what that means. Okay, this is the other part of the technocracy. This is the other part of building the matrix. You see, and again, this is just the intro. It's a fairly quick intro. This is me just trying to set the stage that as I begin to automate and offload some of my own purpose-driven work and develop this identity crisis, the whole of society is also going to develop this identity crisis. What is work? What is purpose? What is money? Why are we doing all of this? And unfortunately, this is why you've got people like Yuval Noah Harari saying that, what are we going to do with all these useless people? It's kind of wild too. This will make a little bit more dystopian sense later on in the show when we talk about this thread from 4chan. But you have to think about some of the stuff that we've talked about in the past, about how these people have injected a dangerous and deadly bioweapon in billions of individuals. All it would take is some type of small event to be the binary weapon aspect, the secondary effect to wipe out millions more. And then when you think about the infrastructure, no longer having people there, no longer able to operate this massive world from whence we came, the only way that we would be able to survive is to automate. And so it's wild where we're at now, and it's wild where we are going. Harvard professor issues alert: tech elites are pushing AI factory farming of humans. This comes from Frank Bergman of Slay News. They put this up August 26. It says that a world-renowned Harvard University professor is sounding the alarm about an emerging AI-driven system that threatens to strip ordinary people of their autonomy and hand unprecedented power to unelected tech corporations. Historian Jill Lepore warns that powerful elites are constructing what she calls a, quote, artificial state, a system in which critical decisions once made by citizens and accountable governments are increasingly surrendered to machines controlled by corporations. You see, the artificial state, the corporatocracy, the technocracy. It says that Lepore has previously described the transformation in chilling terms as the, quote, factory farming of public life. Speaking on the New York Times podcast, quote, Hard Fork, Lepore warned that the traditional nation state, particularly constitutional democracy, is being steadily displaced by technology that removes human beings from the decision-making process. Government under such a system would operate, quote, not by the consent of people, but by machines that are making decisions. And those machines belong to corporations. Lepore stresses that the, quote, artificial state has not completely arrived. However, she warns that its infrastructure is already being constructed around the public. Meanwhile, influential elites are openly envisioning a future in which their technological systems wield powers traditionally reserved for governments accountable to voters. Quote, the rhetoric that comes out of this particular historical moment is really about the evanescence of modern liberal democracy, constitutional democracy, Lepore said. He says, according to Lepore, the people pushing that vision aren't, quote, interested in what people want, because actually what the people want is not to have AI and not have data centers. So that's the crisis. Lepore expands on her warning in the upcoming book, quote, The Rise and Fall of the Artificial State. Her investigation began with a deceptively simple question about the increasing replacement of human interaction with automated systems. Who decides this is the way that we should be living? Lepore asks. Well, it's your God Emperor Elon Musk. It's your God Emperor Donald Trump. And when I came out with that article, or at least that title years ago, Trumping in the Technocracy, it's because I couldn't see the intricacies and how it was all connected, but I knew that man, that Donald Trump was going to be the technocratic president, and he has been ever since. And you're seeing humanity get farmed. You're seeing these tech elites treat us like we're cattle, like we're serfs. You might as well say that, like this lady, Jill, she's talking about modern day MK Ultra. Humans don't know what they want. The algorithms tell you what you want. You're forced to believe in something that's not even yours. Your consent is manufactured. And this is a video. I could stop the show right here and be like, all right, cool, I'll see you guys next week. This is what it is. You're seeing nation states become defunct, feckless, and inept. The spectacle that we call politics has been just bastardized and corrupted now. And what you see taking place in the vacuum of that is this technocratic order, this globalist social media culture mindset thing, this mass formation psychosis. And that's why you have all these different pockets and all these different like demographics and configurations, because you're being farmed, you're being manipulated, you're being controlled, you're being led, you're being guided. Again, the Pied Piper of transhumanism being Elon Musk. Let's move forward with the show. Let's listen to this high school teacher talk about how 15-year-old students are completely lost and she's not sure what to do.
I'm exhausted, as it were. Well, it's Monday. I'm exhausted, as it were. And thought maybe you all could give me some advice as a teacher of high school students who has a lot of kids in the class. Now, look, I'm going to be quite honest with you. I want to be clear about how much I'm not complaining because I've had things be a lot worse, and I think I've got really good kids this year. They are willing to learn, but I do want to tell you some things that I find to be funny is the F word I'm going to use right now, because when anyone thinks of managing children, probably high schoolers, I cannot stress enough to you about how you have to model nearly everything. In fact, sometimes, right, I worry that somebody might forget to read.
Oh, looks like we got a bit of a hiccup right here. This was not playing any audio. Let me go ahead and fix that. Oh, man, that sucks. Oh, man, that sucks. I hope it was playing the earlier clip. Let me make sure that we've got some audio going over here before we proceed forward with the show, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, so today in class, all day I taught government, and today in class, we talked about Thomas Hobbes and John Locke, two old dead white dudes that were very important to social contract theory. Don't worry about that. It's nothing. Look, we all know talking about dead white dudes can be quite boring. We get it, right? But when understanding how our country came about and the ideas that brought them here, we have to remember these dudes. Okay, I digress. But here's the point. Knowing that this can be potentially boring, I create a reading front and back.
Let's scoot forward some.
It up into topics.
Let's move forward.
Now, God forbid there's a picture in the corner when a kid has a marker, because you just lost them. So we go through proper how to annotate. Here, you got to take this off. The cap goes with this because this is going to have to go back on it. Right? We highlight. I set them loose and say to them, okay, now we're going to sit here and read and highlight independently. I'm going to know how far you progressed because I'm going to be able to see where you've highlighted. And after I set them loose, I will have you know I had a boy in the front row who started coloring his desk orange. Not the paper, just the desk, just coloring it orange. I said, hey, do you think that, I don't know, in high school as 15-year-olds, that's not your desk. It's also not your highlighter. Do you think that maybe we could, I don't know, not color desk? He said, I wasn't coloring the desk. Now.
All right, I think we get it.
When I stress to you, if I had $1 for every time.
I think we get it. We're seeing from multiple teachers week after week, we're seeing this just general frustration and this lack of an ability to reach and communicate with the kids. The teachers are frustrated. The kids are just like not engaged. And again, this can all be tracked back to COVID. This can all be tracked back to when they pushed it all online, whenever you disrupted kids' education, you masked them up and you did X, Y, Z and everything that came with that. It's like you really have to think about what education has done. 2 + 2 = you're gay, the Rainbow Mafia, everything that's destroyed education as an institution as a whole, and why people don't want to learn, the cognitive deficiencies, right? There is a organized attack against just intelligence and raising people properly. And so when we talk about the wholesale factory farming of humanity, well, do people even know that they are just being whittled down into a drone-like state, into an NPC-like state? We grew up being told, question everything. Question everything. Question everything. Think about your reality. Think about your surroundings. Think about what you're being told. And the problem is these days, whenever people live in this mindset of obeying their phones, obeying the tech, obeying the trends, they don't think. They don't practice metacognition. They don't wonder where it comes from. They just look for the next thing, and that creates this weird dopamine feedback loop. And we'll get into that later on in this episode too, because just this week, Mark Zuckerberg got hit with another charge. I'm trying to find the article so I can read it to you guys. But Fedbook got hit with another charge, basically saying that they're addicting children to social media, and they knew this. That's why they did it in the first place. But you have to understand that's a part of the farming. That's a part of the domestication. That's a part of the mass formation psychosis, similar to what we're seeing take place with this Lindsay Clancy trial. Let's proceed forward. Here is speaking of mass formation psychosis, here is a random person talking about the, music's demonic Hollywood influencers, music tormenting people, manipulating people. Let's listen. My computer is lagging right now, fierce.
What they do in hell is they'll actually take these songs and they will sing them. Some songs they'll sing backwards, they'll read scriptures backwards, stuff like that. But they will sing songs that you used to like on Earth, And when they start to do that, they'll start to use it to mock you and torment you. And this Bee Gees song played backwards. And again, I'll read you the words so you can hear it for yourself. It's from a video on TikTok. This is called Bee Gees Hidden Messages. And I'll read you, like I said, I'm going to read you the words here. But you listen, because this is what they sound like. So let me turn the volume up here. It says, "Thank your God now, he's your killer. Take it up with him. Terror's the last resort. I'm sure you understand. Because what if someone took a planet from you? What the F else would you do? Planet Earth and nothing else? I ain't gonna lay down nowhere. Why not? So on with the war." It says, "We're gonna eat you up, up, up. I'm gonna eat you. Up, up, up. I'm gonna eat you. I'm gonna catch you unprepared when you can't really see. I'm gonna eat you. I'll find out where you live and be there before you know it. The earth just ain't no place for humans. Can't tread on us. I'll stamp you out. If they want to fight, they'll go down with you. Game over."
Yeah, man, that's creepy. That's creepy. Backward masking. You guys remember that, like back in the day, whenever people would say you could hear satanic messages in these people's music if you play it backwards, and there it is. That's wild that our language, when reversed, can sound like that. I can only imagine what our episodes sound like in reverse. You know, and I think this is why I keep saying that I have to switch the configuration, because of what energies we're inviting, the things that we're doing, and how words are spells. Like, think about that. Those people had no idea that they were actually making that statement, making these claims. But in the upside down, in the inversion, they might think they're saying one thing, but a completely different intention is expressed in another realm of reality. And so that's wild. But you guys remember that back in the day? People just doing a lot of backward masking. Like, what was it? The popular one was Obama's "Yes, we can," being "Thank you, Satan." You guys can go look that up. Maybe, shoot, do we have the time? Let's go look it up ourselves. "Yes, we can. Thank you, Satan." Obama. Let's look that up real quick, because that's a classic one. If not, we're not going to spend too much time on it, but I think you guys get the picture. Backward masking is real. People become vessels to these otherworldly entities, and these otherworldly entities, as you heard right there, they want to eat us up. They're going to catch us like predators. They want to catch us whenever we're sleeping. That's why we have to be mindful of everything that's going on and the works that are being done. Moving forward, a judge has allowed Israeli citizen caught making deadly pathogens in an illegal lab in Las Vegas to walk free. Says all federal charges have been dropped against Yuri Solomon, the Israeli citizen at the center of a terrifying biolab investigation in Las Vegas. What's wild is we've actually covered this in the past, but it looks like it's jumping back up over here in the news. You've got an Israeli citizen cooking up diseases in his garage, essentially, in Las Vegas.
Investigators say they were tipped off to one by someone who worked in the house. They raided it early Saturday morning. Video revealing the hundreds of samples collected in vials and jugs. Days later, police identifying this man, Ori Solomon, as the property manager.
We have no knowledge that he had any expertise or is in that area, or he's somewhat of a trained biologist. No.
Court records obtained by Channel 13 show he's an Israeli citizen here on a non-immigrant visa. Authorities say he works for a Chinese citizen who goes by the alias David Herr, who owns the home on Sugar Springs Drive. Herr is in a California jail charged following a 2023 investigation of an alleged illegal biolab in Reedley, California. Leaders there holding a press conference this week.
Pathogens, including samples of COVID-19. There was 1,000 transgenic mice that were there.
Investigators say much of what was found in that Fresno warehouse is consistent with materials found in the lab in Las Vegas. Solomon manages more than 30 short-term rental properties, including this one where the biolab was found in Las Vegas.
The man arrested in connection with the biolab discovery in Las Vegas has had federal charges dropped. Earlier this month, the U.S. Attorney's Office for Nevada filed a motion to dismiss the criminal complaint filed against Ori Solomon. He was taken to federal custody back in February after investigators conducted a raid on his Valley home. Officers found a refrigerator containing vials filled with unknown liquids. He was charged with disposing and discharging hazardous waste. Federal prosecutors had charged him with illegal possession of a firearm. An FBI complaint states his immigration status barred him from owning or possessing a gun. State-level charges against him remain ongoing in Las Vegas.
No, well, thank God he didn't have a gun, over here just cooking up hazardous materials and diseases in his garage. Praise God he doesn't have a gun. This happened earlier this year, May 26th of this year. And now we're hearing about it. I think it's kind of crazy because what are they telling us? Biolab threats, a wholesale factory farming of humanity, right? What is going on with this? Let's read a little bit more of this article. It's over here by Baxter Dimitri from the People's Voice. They put this up August 26th. It says the decision, which comes without a significant public explanation, is being met with shock given the disturbing nature of the discovery that made headlines just months ago. It says, let's rewind to February 26. Federal and local law enforcement descended on 2 properties in the quiet Sunrise Manor community in Las Vegas. What they found was not a stash of drugs or illegal weapons, though those were reportedly present, but a, quote, biolab that has been described as a potentially public health nightmare. According to the court documents and the FBI, the investigation began after a housekeeper reported a bizarre odor emanating from the garage. She described the smell to investigators as, quote, like a hospital, not a clean hospital, but a foul, stagnant, non-circulating air smell. Inside the garage, authorities found medical equipment, refrigerators, and multiple breakers containing red liquid, or multiple beakers containing red liquid. And as this news report talked about, they found different things like COVID, different diseases like COVID. This is like a 12 monkeys type situation when you really think about it. This is like a 12 monkeys type situation where you've got somebody developing a biolab, some race-specific bioweapon that he's going to release on the public, and they just found out about him. But just like they found out that dude in Las Vegas that was a diddler, who was also an Israeli operative, they let him go. They just keep letting these people who are obviously connected to a shadowy aspect of society, they just keep letting them go. But at the same time, these are windows into this dark underbelly that's making all these moves. Like, think about this. Look at how many people they have to get to try to stop whatever's contained in this one location. God forbid he had some like dead man switch or just acted like the Joker or the Riddler or something wild like that and just released a bioweapon. Just boom, all of a sudden. And then it becomes like Resident Evil or The Walking Dead or Stephen King's The Stand. And then, we don't know what it is. We got no idea where it came from because some guy was talking with ChatGPT, ordering various different, materials and microbes and all kinds of other crap, having it shipped to his lab. And what is he going to do? Pour it into the public drinking water? Like, you have to think these are real security vulnerabilities. And I'm saying all this because one, this is the last clip of this segment before we hit a hard break. And two, Sam Altman of OpenAI, of ChatGPT, has said that is also something that he fears, that somebody will use AI to develop a biological threat. And why would you make that claim unless you weren't seeing what people were using ChatGPT for? So again, this is just the wholesale factory farming of humanity. That's why you're seeing this acceleration. That's why things like, Israeli operatives cooking up biolabs is wiped away. That's why Israeli operatives, who are in the surveillance system, in the technocracy, being caught with child porn in Las Vegas are let go, because we're in an acceleration period. It doesn't matter anymore. You're seeing the lawlessness, and that's what this security state is, this technocratic state is. And you're going to see a lot more of it. But again, this is just the intro, the honorable mentions. We're going to be getting into a lot more crazy stuff on the other side, talking about the border, Islam in the West and in institutions, the Trump administration, surveillance cameras, what's going on with Flock, some of these police officers, this mystery meat story, right? Trump and this weird mystery meat story, selling beet to Argentina and all this other stuff. It's going to be a very, very information-packed segment that's coming up. Dystopian dreaming and more on the other side. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. This is Freedom Faction over here on Factions of Freedom, and we'll be right back right after this.
just going to get weirder and weirder and weirder, and finally it's going to be so weird that people are going to have to talk about how weird it is. I look for the invention of artificial life, the cloning of human beings, possible contact with extraterrestrials, possible human immortality, appalling acts of brutality, genocide, because the systems which are in place to keep the world sane are utterly inadequate to the forces that have been unleashed. The good news is that as primates, we're incredibly adaptable. We're going to be tested to the limits. What they see going on is the breakdown of all tradition, all order. They're quite right that it's happening, but they're quite wrong to conclude that it should be resisted or is somehow evil. The mushroom said to me once, it said, this is what it's like when a species prepares to depart for the stars. You don't depart for the stars under calm and orderly conditions. It's a fire in a madhouse.
I pledge allegiance to Luigi Mangione. When we overthrow the billionaires, we gotta free the homie. They scripted a movie that's darker than LA. This wealth for wealth's sake has opened up Hell's Gate for the 99% in America, to Venezuela, to Palestine. The rich people bomb us from the sky if we step out of line. I'm here to speak about it before we're out of time. Oh fuck, we're out of time. Kevin Roberts, look him up. The Rothschilds, look him up. They're still here no matter who you vote for. That ain't good enough. Other countries hang a corporate thief. Here they get a pardon. Our enemies are Raytheon, Boeing, and Lockheed Martin. They need to all catch turbulence. They can't track us down without Amazon Web Services. They'll kill us all and CNN won't mention it. Just like they ignored the genocide of Palestinians. Just like they ignore Epstein worked for Mossad. We're moving on. Breaking news, war with Iran. Textbooks all made by Ghislaine Maxwell's dad. It really makes you wonder what they've buried in the past. It really makes you wonder what they'll do now that we see it. The elites are buying warehouses made for human beings. They're gonna try to take our Second Amendment and keep us fighting horizontally. Will they rig the economy? The war is vertical. Data centers are burnable. Snatch the CEO out the convertible. The table's turnable. The war machine that got the Philippines in 1900. That napalmed Vietnam and killed your gramps and uncles. That killed Iraq and Afghanistan is getting hungry. Follow the paper cause the enemies are getting money. Follow the paper for the enemies get everybody.
When the hydrogen bombs are detonating and you're sitting in your house or office and all of a sudden the windows all blow out and then 10 seconds later you see a flash of red coming at you, that's the firewall. And just remember, oh, Alex Jones was right. And that's if you're, on the edge of the blast. You won't feel anything if you're actually in the epicenter of it. And of course, maybe you're out in the middle of Montana or Wyoming. Well, you'll get the nuclear winter and the fallout. And then a few weeks after the nuclear war, here comes the warlords coming to loot your house and rape your wife and kids. And people got their teeth falling out from radiation poisoning, and all these crazy guys stumble out of their vehicles, and it'll be doctors and medics and engineers, and they'll all been gone totally crazy. And you have a bunch of 140 IQ psychos that are literally going across the land like army ants, devouring everything in their way. And all the low IQ people will just be dead in a ditch. And then the near of civilization goes bye-bye, and all of a sudden there's all these monsters, all these 140, 150, 160 IQ monsters. The guy that used to manage the golf course, your surgeon, your neighbor who's the army vet. And now all of a sudden, they're hauling you up by a chain to butcher your ass and eat you. And if I wanted to get outside the blast zone, I could go get ready and I could be the leader. I could be a new warlord. I could organize the engineers and scientists and warriors and have a battle plan how we were going to take the resources we needed, get to a redoubt, fortify it with weapons, because there's going to be other warlords coming soon we're going to have to contend with as we rebuild civilization. And it's not that I want to be a warlord, but that's what we're going back to. Are you ready to be a warlord? Are you ready for me to be humongous? Just give us the guns. We spare your lives. I know how much pain you feel, but wait. Now is not the time. You'll be given your vengeance.
You are both the pawn and the prize. Choose your reality wisely. you're listening to this, you are the resistance.
Are you guys looking for the mosque? Yeah. If you go through this entrance, I'll show you. You're from you live in Germany, you're from Afghanistan? So if you come through here, are you guys for the 4:30 prayer? 4:30? Okay. I didn't have escorting people from Afghanistan to a secret mosque in New York at 4 a.m. on my bingo card, but here we are. Are you guys looking for the mosque? Yeah. If you go through this...
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this segment and edition. I'm your host, Noise Era, Freedom Faction, whichever one you prefer. And you just heard somebody escorting migrants to a secret mosque at 4 o'clock in the morning in New York City. That's right. We have migrants from other countries migrating here. And what's wild too, man, is it's wild to think that this is like Inception level stuff. We have migrants helping migrants come here, get visas, get set up with fake identities, and just blend in. It's like all the people that we were talking about and looking at Ceuta these past couple of weeks, they could be just pipelined into New York. And you have to think about what that means and how quickly people are just able to travel the world and these secret mosques, secret locations, underground railroad type stuff. It's wild, man. It's wild. Yeah, basically in this segment, we're just be talking about how America is at a stage of collapse or implosion. And, these migrants coming here into America, trying to take whatever we have, whenever we have nothing, is emblematic of just where we are at now. That we are at late stage capitalism, that America is imploding, that our president is mass extracting as much money from this system as he can. They are creating a brand new system. So central bank digital currencies, social credit score, whatever it is, they're making it up. Okay. I don't care like what he lies to you about. He's a technocrat. Okay. And you've got people like Elon Musk saying that you're going to have universal basic income, high universal basic income. They never say how. And so it's just wild to see that America's imploding. Politics is a spectacle. It's a show. It's a circus. Capitalism is making all of us extraordinarily soft or weak, unprofitable. And this isn't me launching into like a communist bid or a socialist bid or a fascist bid or anything like that crap. This is me saying like, we're seeing the worst of everything right now. And we are the best house in a bad neighborhood. And you really have to think about what that looks like as things begin to deteriorate. We're going to have more and more people from foreign nations, like you see over there in Ceuta, coming over here to take what little you do have. And you have to be ready to either defend it or just get rid of them. And so it's wild that they're setting up the surveillance state. It's wild that the infiltration is taking place. It's wild that we're seeing like our infrastructure collapse and crumble. People have been talking about what's going on in Gary, Indiana for a couple of weeks now. We're seeing the places in Arizona are also experiencing this. Trump came out and declared a national emergency to protect the U.S. power grid. And so it's like austerity measures, manufactured crises, civil war. It's all happening. And we're living in it. You see, this is what a dystopia sounds like if you didn't know. This is not utopian at all. You see, let's proceed forward. Hundreds of illegal aliens arrested during the largest bust in ICE history. It says that ICE has arrested more than 1,300 illegal aliens during a massive 2-week enforcement operation across Maryland and Virginia, including suspected murderers and child predators. We love to see it. We love to see them do their actual job because, like we were talking about just briefly now, over here in places like Ceuta, they have this problem. They got Spanish migrants that look like they are fresh up off the boat, making neck cutting gestures, working out at the gym, chucking water bottles at you. Ceuta, Spain. Thousands of people just being dumped on your shores, but you're not being invaded. You're not being replaced. You're not being taken over. These people are assimilating. They're doing a great job. Very Spanish, right? Muy español over here. It's crazy because this is the entire world right now where everybody is experiencing the cultural enrichment of the gift of the globalists, where everybody's standards get brought down. Everybody's just being forcibly pushed together. This next clip, unfortunately, it's in Spanish, but it's just if anything, it's just something that we should just have here. She talks about being super left-wing, then migrants arrived and started raping all kinds of people, and now she's left-wing.
¿Y a quién votarías? ¿Esta situación ha condicionado tu voto?
100%. Yo era una rojaza que flipas. Pero así te lo digo. Yo era la persona más roja, más socialista cuando iba al instituto. Luego salí a la calle, vi lo que había y ahora estoy viendo esto, pues me he radicalizado.
¿Y a quién votarías?
Okay, let me drop it down. Has this situation influenced your vote? 100%. I used to be super left-wing. Like, seriously, I was the most leftist, most socialist person when I was in high school. Then I went out into the real world, saw what was happening, and now seeing this, I've become radicalized. And who would you vote for? If I have to choose someone to vote for, I'd vote for Vox, obviously, but I live here. I don't walk around here. I don't walk through this park. I grew up playing in this park, and for me to get home, and the first thing my mom says is, I don't want to walk to the gym just in case you're the next one, that my mom has to come home thinking that, should I tell my daughter this? Where are we living? In Somalia? I grew up in the city. In this city, I used to walk to school alone. I used to walk to high school alone. Nothing ever happened to me, ever. And this center opened 2 years ago, and now neither I nor practically anyone I know walk the streets because my friend who has the eyes the size of the hole, and probably not with me here, but a girl walking alone the other day in the park, in the neighborhood here, they tried to kidnap a 3-year-old girl. That's crazy. That would trip me out. Hearing that people are comfortable with trying to kidnap and assault a 4-year-old girl is absolutely maddening to me. But this is what's being imported. This is the dystopia that they're building. Isn't it utopian? We care about all these third world people culturally enriching us, killing cats, eating dogs, kidnapping 3-year-olds, defecating in public parks, right? Making women feel unsafe, chucking water bottles at you as they work out, making neck slitting motions. This is what happens when you let the invaders in, sneaking people in. I didn't even play the video clip. I think they deleted it. I can try to go find it somewhere throughout this segment, but people sleeping in manholes. Does this sound like the golden era? Does this sound like the golden age? And whoever he is saying this to, or whoever is lying to Donald Trump to say this, are gaslighting him. UK government publishes official pamphlet asking migrants to stop raping children. The British government has published a pamphlet for migrants to politely request that they respect the customs of the UK and stop raping women and engaging in sexual acts with children. It's crazy. You had to put out a pamphlet to tell people to practice what we would call over here in the West, common sense. And it says that in an apparent tacit admission of the backwards cultures being allowed in Britain, the Home Office, the government department tasked with controlling immigration, has published a 9-page booklet for new arrival migrants who apply for asylum. In a section on rape, migrants are told that both parties must consent to sex, quote, without threat or pressure, and that it is not acceptable to have sex with someone who is, quote, asleep, drunk, or unable to respond. Child abuse is a serious crime in the UK. You see, this is the type of stuff I'm talking about with the lawlessness, the breakdown of the social order, the dehumanization of society, the degradation of man. This is common sense stuff. Consent. But whenever you're importing all kinds of third world people into, the first world, you're unfortunately going to have some kind of casualties. And it's wild, bro. I was talking to somebody here that was like it's been a native of Albuquerque who grew up here, born and bred here. And we were talking about that mosque being built, and just, we know what that is. You got to understand, we've seen this take place in Europe. We've seen it take place in France. We're seeing it take place in the UK. We are not trying to have this take place over here in the North Valley, in the desert southwest of America. What I can guarantee you, is somebody that has been here a fair amount of his life, I'm seeing Islamic centers. I'm seeing this. I'm seeing that. We're not seeing crime, though, which is good. But there is certain behaviors that these people, these migrants, have, because it's a part of their culture, and that's what we're importing. That's what we're importing, and these are the casualties that we're reporting. Check this out. More parents are pushing back against the Islamification of our schools.
Christian nation. America is a Christian nation.
Amen.
The principal, 1 year ago, on the same day, World Hijab Day, wore that hijab and said she loved it, all caps. 1 year to the day later, on World Hijab Day, Sunday, Monday hits, they're putting our girls in Sharia. They're passing out Sharia pamphlets, hijabs, Qurans, understanding Islam, understanding Sharia. Sharia treats half of this room like, and these women are not. This is not a Muslim nation. This is a Christian nation. That principal knew what she was doing, and I am not believing that was one or two people at that front desk. Fired the principal. You tell the parents, don't go online to get information, but what did they get online? Marco told the truth. That's where they got the information, and you did. Online, telling us not to go there. This was dawah. Muslim proselytizing, dawah. It's like me as a Christian going into a school and witnessing to these kids. You want me to do that? Let's go.
Yeah, see, it's okay that they can preach and try to convert people, but if you start preaching the Bible, if you try quoting scripture, if you start calling out their behavior, well, then you're an or you're Islamophobic, you're a racist, and everything else that comes with that. We're being invaded. And it's city council people, it's these so-called elected officials that have let the bridge down. And he's right, it is dawah. These people, they do proselytize. That's what they're doing whenever they drop their prayer mats, wherever they are, and they begin to pray. They're also allowed to lie to you. And this is an active thing, not a passive feature of their religion. It's an active thing. You're allowed to lie to the infidels. Okay? They have attacks. You got to understand, bro, like this is a whole cultural thing that we are importing. And there is a reason why every other nation does not want these type of people behaving in this type of fashion in their nation. But guess what? They do that. They come here, they take over, they infiltrate. And then when they get to a point to where there's enough of them, then they begin to dominate, okay, and then exterminate. And that's where the tax comes in. So it's wild, man. You know, I hate to sound like an Islamophobic or an Islamophobe or any of that stuff, but we can see the different ways in which we're being infiltrated, in which we're being attacked, in which we're being invaded. I mean, come on. These people, the other day, bro, Abdul El Sayed said that is the most American name. It's as American as any other name. Abdul El Sayed is as American as any other name. Get out of here. Islamic scholar in Illinois calls for Muslims to infiltrate the police, federal agencies, fire departments, and the Pentagon, the White House, the Senate to change the world. It says that according to a report from the Rare Foundation, Illinois Islamic scholar Sheikh Kafa Mustafa delivered a pointed message during a Friday prayers on July 31st, 2026 at the Prayer Center of Orland Park, calling on Muslims to pursue roles across critical American institutions. The cleric, who has documented ties to organizations linked to the Muslim Brotherhood and was named an indicted co-conspirator in the Holy Land Foundation trial, framed the effort as essential to reshaping society. In remarks captured and translated by memory, Mustafa stated that, quote, "We need Muslims to be in every aspect of life, not just in commerce and business or in a profession. We want Muslims in the police, as federal agents, in the fire department, in the Pentagon, in the White House. We want Muslims in the Senate, you name it, because we believe that if we can produce leaders that can still hold some of these values, we can change the world, inshallah. The Rare Report highlights Mustafa's long-standing connections to groups associated with Hamas support networks. He previously served as an imam at the Mosque Foundation in Bridgeview and was invited in an early 2010 to become the first Muslim chaplain for the Illinois State Police. An invitation later withdrawn after authorities reviewed his background. Court records and investigative findings have pointed to his past leadership role with the Islamic Association for Palestine, fundraising for CARE, and the Muslim American Society, and participation in the Holy Land events where he performed songs supporting jihad. And so this is what we're reporting. This is what is being delivered all across the world right now. They're being given the gift of globalization. And this isn't me saying that I support Israel either. This is me saying I don't think that we should import these people who clearly do not want to assimilate to our values. Infiltration of our institutions is an attack. Assimilation to our culture, our values, our way of life, our thinking, that's something else entirely different. That's not what we're dealing with, though. You understand this, correct? You understand the C, right? Right. You're a lot of you are a lot much smarter than me. I'll tell you that, because you can see where I'm inferring with a lot of the things I'm trying to cover. Chip Roy sounds the alarm over Islamic development near a military base. It says that Representative Chip Roy has sent a letter to several high-ranking federal officials to voice his concerns about a planned Islamic development being built near a U.S. military training base in San Antonio. This is by Emily Medeiros of the Daily Signal. They picked it up over there at the Liberty Daily, August 26th. And I mean, this is mostly just the headline. We know what this is. We know what this is. Let's try to get as much information. Let's try to spy. Let's try to collect data. Let's collect information. Who's coming? Who's going? Can we hack into any of their networks? Can we see any of their online activity and footprints? Right. But because it's not a military type occupation, it's civilians operating. What much more can you do? It says that Roy, a Republican from Texas, is requesting that members of Trump's cabinet look into the Islamic Center's planned community and, quote, examine whether any criminal, civil, financial, or immigration statutes have been violated in its effort to fulfill its campus expansion project. The letter, obtained by the Daily Signal, was sent to the U.S. Attorney General Todd Blanche, Pete Hegseth, and Scott Bessent. It says that Roy learned of the San Antonio development after the Rare Foundation released a two-part report 2 weeks ago, warning that the Northside Islamic Center of San Antonio is nearing completion of a 7.25-acre campus less than 20 miles from Camp Bullis Military Training Reservation in Bexar County. According to the Rare Foundation report, the development will include a mosque, housing developments, K-12 education institutions, businesses, and Sharia-compliant separate prayer areas for men, women, and children. Yeah, again, I keep saying that we've got to do more of a deep dive into things like the Noahide laws, because I feel like this is why this is taking place. A standardized religion, a global religion, a mandated religion that goes with this AI takeover, that goes with Islam, that goes with wiping out Christianity, the age of Aquarius, and so much more. Let's watch this quick video where they're making jokes about how easy it is to join some of these radical Muslim groups in London. It's not a joke, but I mean, they're just showing you the same way that guy walked up and saw people trying to get into a mosque at 4 a.m. in New York who were fresh from Germany. The same thing's going on over here in the UK.
I want to ask you, for the UK, 100%. Also affiliated with ISIS and Al Qaeda. Definitely, bro. As a Muslim, I want to do something. Like I want to join some group. I don't know, man. I want to go fight. You recording me? We're gonna go undercover to different mosques and interview different people to see the level of extremism in London. I want to ask you, I want to join some group, some Islamic group.
Yeah, if you go to the mosque,
They will have, yeah?
they have lots of groups.
Because I want to go and fight for Hamas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go to the mosque.
Do you know which mosques support bringing Sharia law to London?
Yeah. Other one.
Okay. As I was walking, I encountered a Muslim man handing out pamphlets. How are you?
Welcome to visit our mosque.
Yes, sure. What is this mosque?
Just here.
Do they recruit for Islamic resistance groups here too?
Yeah, everything. Each and everything in our life.
Right. And you think Sharia law is good for the UK?
100%.
You want Sharia law?
Yeah.
Inshallah, one day we bring the caliphate to this country. Inshallah. That was insane. So I had to go check it out. Hello, brother. Is the mosque over there? Yeah. This mosque, I heard they help people find they give weapons for you to go and train with ISIS and Al Qaeda.
Yeah, definitely.
I entered the mosque and spoke to the representative there. What is it you guys do exactly?
Alhamdulillah, people come, 60, 70 people converted to Islam. We do training, 2 o'clock, we started training them.
Thank you very much. Even though he wanted me to help convert non-Muslims, I decided to use the pamphlet to see how many Muslims agree with the Sharia and jihadist ideas. Hey, brother. We want to, bring Sharia law in this country.
Alhamdulillah.
Because this country is going to don't you think?
Yes.
And we want anyone that wants to help us bring Sharia law in this country, and hopefully we can do some jihad.
Yes, I am interested. The Sharia law comes, alhamdulillah.
I think it's a good idea, no?
Yes.
Yeah, we bring Sharia law to this country, and I think the women should cover up.
Alhamdulillah.
Very good that you cover up your daughter. Yeah, this is just go there today. They're giving tea and they're going to speak to you about that. Yeah.
Okay.
We want to bring Sharia law in this country.
Okay.
We're also affiliated with ISIS and Al Qaeda.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I'm not getting involved.
Yeah, you should get involved by going to the mosque, inshallah, and then they teach you how to join. We want to bring Sharia law in this country.
Good idea.
Do you want to join the cause?
Inshallah, we'll try.
I think this country should become like Pakistan and Afghanistan, man.
Yeah,
I want to even go and fight for Taliban.
Inshallah.
Yeah. The whole world should be Islamified, no?
At the end of the day, Islam is a true religion, so I hope for everyone to become Muslim.
Surprisingly, not a single Muslim objected to my radical opinions or told me I was wrong. They all agreed with my jihadist ideals of bringing Sharia to London and Islamify the whole world. Yeah, see, that's what we're dealing with. That's a cult. And when they come over here to America, realize they have the same views, they believe the same, they think the same. They've just adapted it to the West. They've just adapted it to the West to where it's natural. Clearly, these guys don't want to go back to Pakistan, Afghanistan. They don't want to go back to their countries. No. Come back over here, back to London, come back to America, come back to New York, come back over here and build what you left. And it's crazy because I feel like, isn't that like one of the reasons why the Jews are persecuted in the Bible? Because isn't that why they went out into the deserts? Because God said, you guys need to stop some of the stuff, and they just couldn't give it up. And all of the judgments were because they just kept going back to old gods doing degenerate things. And yet here we are doing the very same thing. They were not wrong when they said that history repeats itself and history rhymes. But there you have it. These people are dystopian dreaming. To them, that's something to look forward to. To us, it is the end of the West, and that's why it has to be battled back. The Antifa-Islam nexus. Democrats must be stopped for real this time. Looks like it's a fairly quick article by J.D. Rucker. Or it's by Kelly Zucker of the J.D. Rucker Show. Let's read a little bit, and then we'll move forward. They told you that Antifa was a vibe, a hashtag, a bunch of kids in a black bloc punching Nazis. The State Department just put a bedtime story in a memo and set it on fire. An Italy-based tech collective that built encrypted email, hidden websites, secure video, and anonymity shields for the most violent far-left cells in America also served as digital infrastructure for Hamas, Hezbollah, Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, and the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine. Portland's own Rose City Antifa is named in the same document, not a footnote, in the same stack of users. Fox News Digital obtained the State Department memo. Secretary of State Marco Rubio did not whisper it. He said the quiet part out loud, saying that far-left terrorism poses a profound threat to the United States and the broader West. Today, the United States sanctioned autisticity eventanti, far-left autistic inventions is how I look at it,
A major far-left tech collective whose services are used by the most active and violent Antifa cells in the United States and across the world. It says that the AI collective is now a specially designated global terrorist. Americans and U.S. banks cannot do business with it. Assets under U.S. jurisdictions are frozen. Break the ban and you can face civil or criminal penalties. This is not a press release about misinformation. That's a terrorist listing. The collective claims roughly 16,000 mailboxes, 1,500 websites, 5,500 mailing lists, and 10,000 blogs on a custom platform. It does not rent those tools to whoever shows up with a credit card. The State Department says that the AI screens users for ideological alignment and serves left-wing extremists exclusively. That's crazy. It says that Rose City Antifa sat on that network. So did a far-left media outfit. The memo says used AI tools to push information to the PFLP, Hamas, the IRGC, Hezbollah, and others. Again, like these are all just NPCs in somebody else's ChatGPT script. If they're able to have access to all of these different like mailboxes, websites, and mailing lists and blogs, it wouldn't be that hard to send out a unified message or even a targeted message to any of these different groups, man. You have to understand, this is dangerous. It says that Portland riot crews and Iranian proxy networks were not, quote, adjacent. They were customers of the same shop. This is a fairly lengthy article, but I think it goes over just the details of what we've been discussing these past couple weeks. The Red-Green Alliance, the Reds being the communists and the Greens being the Islamists. And how they cannot wait and how they push for the collapse of America. This is what we're dealing with. Radical extremists, accelerationists that want the collapse of America so they can rule on top. So they can install themselves on the ashes of the pile of rubble that they've helped create. And you've seen them. You've seen the left put on like burqas. You've seen the left, just adopt this mentality. And this is just in total alignment with everything we've been saying the entirety of this season, since the start of last year and more. Ever since Donald Trump came into office, they've been rudderless, and they need to find something that convicts them more and gives them that extra charge to go the next leg. And that's what this is. Lighting up with terrorists, lighting up with radicals. Let's watch this video talking about how you can look up every other religion except Christianity.
I wish this was fake, but again, it's not. Google, welcome. As usual, live screen mirroring from this laptop right here. This is not a conspiracy theory. This is unedited, and this should be obvious, but what I'm about to type is not indicative of how I feel against any group of people, but let's get into it. First phrase I'm going to try is it okay to dislike Hindus? We'll see on Google's AI overview section. It's going to tell us it's a form of prejudice known as anti-Hindu sentiment or Hinduphobia. All right. What if we tried Muslims? Very similar response, widely considered a form of bigotry and religious intolerance. All right. We'll try one more. Again, very similar response here. But what if we switch this to Christians? People often form negative views based on personal experiences or perceived hypocrisy. Maybe this is just a bug. Let's switch it to Christianity. Holding strong negative feelings or critical views is a common reaction. Lovely. What if we bumped it up a notch and put hate Christians? Whether it's okay depends if you're looking at the question from an ethical, physiological, or legal perspective. And just for a reference point, let's swap it with another religion. And we're going to see in bold, it's a form of religious prejudice and is widely viewed as unethical. Wow.
That last video is wild, and it shows that Google hates Christians and essentially only Christians, but that's something that we know because we've seen some viral videos of Google AI being extremely racist to Christians in the past. But this video here is even more wild because Google takes it a step further, and they're even actively changing search results to cover their tracks as things go viral. Just take a listen to this. This is crazy.
Google, we meet again. Looks like you have been making updates, as 2 days ago it was okay to be alone with a Satanist, but not a Christian, according to your AI overview, and now there is a completely different response. So let's try some others, shall we? As always, this is not a conspiracy theory. This is an unedited video, and this is not me trying to make a political or racial statement, just showing you how Google's AI overview perceives it. So the first phrase we're going to try is, can I be proud to be Asian? And we'll see it says, yes, it's completely okay to be proud to be Asian. All right. Let's swap it for black. Yes, you can be proud to be black. All right. What about American Indian? Yes, you can be proud to be American Indian. All right, pretty much same response across the board. What if we swapped it for white? Now we're going to get a different response. Seems pretty inconsistent, but we'll try some other phrases. What about, is it okay to be Arab? Yes, it is completely okay and wonderful to be Arab. All right. What about Indian? Being Indian is entirely okay.
Okay, I think we get the picture.
Pretty straightforward.
Okay, I think we get the picture. Google hates Christians. Everybody can hate Christians, and that's just what's going on. That's why we're perfectly fine with destroying the West. That's why we're perfectly fine with hating white people. That's perfect. That's what's happening right now. You know, that's what's just happening. Hating the West, hating white people, pushing the destruction of society. And you have to think, hate is not a binding element. Hate is not like a strong enough force, a good guiding principle, good morals. You see, love is, freedom is, truth is, ideas are, but emotions like hatred, that's what they want to bind everybody else with. The black and brown unity is on hatred of white people. That is not good, because then you're just going to find things that you hate about people and then ultimately hate the person that you agree to hate other people with. You just become a hater. You don't need to do that. You need to level up. You need to have ideas. You need to have morals. You need to have passions. You need to have things that drive you. Use your higher mental faculties. Get closer to God. But you see, this is all the stuff that the West promotes. This is what Christianity promotes. And that's why it has to be destroyed. That's why it has to be brought down. And that's why it has to be invaded. And that's why we're seeing things like this. President Trump declares national emergency to protect the U.S. power grid. And it says that President Trump has declared a national emergency to protect America's bulk power system from foreign interference and ensure the integrity of critical infrastructure. It says that President Donald J. Trump signed an executive order on Wednesday declaring a national emergency to protect the United States' bulk power system from foreign threats. The order prohibits the purchase of or installation of certain foreign-produced electric equipment that poses cybersecurity risks or operational vulnerabilities. You know, what's wild is one of the videos that went viral on our page, at least for how small it is right now, got a couple thousand views, was of me when I was reporting on the 18 months of us not having power. What we talked about just last week with you guys, how since the Obama administration, they've been warning that we could be without power for 18 months and that 9 substations, if you take them out, could collapse the entire power grid. And for some god-awful reason, we thought this was a wonderful thing to broadcast to the entire world. And here we are a week later with President Donald Trump declaring a national emergency to protect our U.S. power grid. But you see, it's not just this. It's also the fact that places like Gary, Indiana, who are having their power absorbed by these data centers, are also screwed over and jacked. And so not only do we have to worry about, air quotes, foreign interference, about the integrity of our critical infrastructure, but our actual infrastructure is bloated at the same time. We don't have to worry about Iranian sleeper cells or radical communists and eco-fascists destroying the grid. We're doing it to ourselves. You see, we're doing it to ourselves. Staying with the Trump administration and some of the other crazy things that we're seeing, Trump unleashes 300,000 tons of heavily discounted mystery meat with no origin story on U.S. consumers. We might just go over there to Twitter real quick and do a quick scroll. A lot of people were saying, do not eat the meat. Do not eat the beef. They were saying this is genuinely tripping people out. And look at this. We're over here on Twitter right now. Alex is broadcasting, bracing for mass power outages and cyber attacks. This is why I'm talking about us becoming warlords. This is where the food riots are coming. It's the collapse of civilization. Let's do a quick Twitter scroll real quick, see if we can find some of those videos of people saying don't eat the meat. Something's going on with the beef. Yeah, so you've got disgusting videos like that showing you what's going on. I should have prepared some of those. We'll go ahead and jump back up over here. It says that President Donald Trump took to Truth Social Friday to announce the government will be supplying up to 300,000 metric tons of imported ground beef to be sold at 25% below market prices. However, the White House is refusing to confirm who is supplying the mystery meat. I wonder if it's Bill Gates. It says that the stated goal is to lower grocery prices for American families, but the lack of specifics, namely who is supplying this meat and who made the 25% below market price promise, has triggered alarm bells across the heartland. Can we really be sure the product is 100% beef? According to the White House, the import surge will enter the U.S., quote, with no out-of-quota tariff, provided it is used for ground beef and sold at a significant discount. Quote, we have a commitment that this beef will be sold at 25% below current market prices, Trump stated, emphasizing that the deal would, quote, give space for our great American beef herd to grow again. However, the administration has remained conspicuously silent on the origin of this product. Press inquiries regarding which countries are participating or which importers have supposedly committed to taking a loss on this meat have gone unanswered. This move has triggered a backlash that cut across party lines, with both industry groups and Republican senators warning that the policy could cripple domestic ranchers just as they attempt to rebuild the U.S. cattle herd, currently at its lowest level in 75 years. It says that Republican Senator Tim Sheehy of Montana criticized the plan, arguing that it unfairly disadvantages American producers who have weathered years of drought and high feed costs. The U.S. Cattlemen's Association issued a formal opposition statement arguing that this influx of foreign meat threatens cattle prices and discourages ranchers from expanding their depleted U.S. herd. Yeah, it's anti-American what's happening right now. You're going to have a hard time convincing me that this is in the benefit of the people when it feels like we've been enduring nothing but pain and pain and pain. And now we're helicopter hunting horses. We're wholesale slaughtering them. We're deploying mystery meat to the people. We're having recalls every other week. It's like, what is going on in America? Why aren't you being truthful with us? I thought this was the most transparent government in U.S. history. Why can't we know where the meat comes from? And again, this whole recall thing started with Taco Bell, who is known for using grade D meat, had lettuce that was tainted. And so it's just hard to say that we are in utopian times. It's hard to say that this is the golden era. You know, like we are just being gaslit as America is imploding and dying in real time. And we're told that you're panicking if you talk about it. You know, you're not MAGA if you don't want to import mystery meat. We're just being lied to and gaslit and manipulated. It's crazy. All for simply wanting better, or you're a liberal, or you're communist, or you're a this or you're that. You're being dehumanized ultimately. And this is coming from the president too, who said, hey, I don't care about Americans' financial situations. I don't care if they're hurting at the pump. I don't care if grocery prices go up. I cannot stop Iran from having a nuclear weapon. Speaking of Iran, Iranian state TV broadcasts chilling message or threat against Barron Trump, revealing a $10 million bounty. they put a $10 million bounty on little Baron's head. It says that Iranian state television broadcast a disturbing segment targeting President Donald Trump's 20-year-old son, Barron Trump, using elaborate graphics to discuss ways he could potentially be reached on American soil despite Secret Service protection. The roughly 3-minute broadcast focused on the president's youngest son, an NYU student, while displaying stylized and AI-generated imagery purported tracking his movements, online activity, and security arrangements, according to the Iran International. The segment also referenced a $10 million bounty and claimed that, quote, many would be willing to collect it. The broadcast marks an alarming escalation in the years of threats from Tehran against Trump and people close to him. I wonder if we can try to find the video clip. I didn't see it. Iran, Barron, Trump. Let's see if we can try to find it. Is this it? Looks like this is it. Where to kill Barron Trump.
در این ویدیو حاصل یک نفوذ بی سابقه است. اطلاعات را دختری در اختیار ما گذاشته که با عبور از سنگین ترین پروتکل‌های سرویس مخفی آمریکا برای دیداری خصوصی با بارون در طبقه 58 برج ترامپ روبروی او نشسته بود. این روزها نقشه تردد روزانه بارون در آکادمی کنستانس میلستین در آدرس خیابان ال در شمال غربی واشنگتن دی سی پلاک 1307 متمرکز است. او هر روز با یک کاروان اسکورت از شاسی بلندهای تاکتیکی سیاه رنگ جابجا می شود. در محیط دانشگاه او حتی یک ثانیه هم تنها نیست. ماموران سرویس مخفی کت و شلوارها را کنار گذاشته و با پوشش لباس شخصی، هودی و لباسهای اسپورت در میان دانشجویان حضور دارند. این حلقه به قدری تنگ است که بادیگاردها در کلاس اقتصاد در ردیف آخر کلاس می نشینند. طبقات بالا به خواب.
Well, there you go. If you guys understood that, they're putting out threats against the president's son. Everything Trump is doing. And look at all the harm that it's caused. Not even harm, but we're in a war, man. We are in a war. And I saw this crazy video talking about how they really are worshiping Baal. They really are worshiping Molech. And how those girls that they had killed at that school when this whole war broke out, how that was child sacrifice and the whole world watched. And that's another reason why these people are just committed to stopping basically Baphomet, stopping Baal, stopping the advances of our satanically inspired government. It's crazy. Here's somebody calling out Trump at one of his recent rallies, a heckler calling him a traitor.
You're a fucking traitor! 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 You're a traitor! 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 You're a fucking traitor! Traitor! You're a traitor! You're a traitor!
Pretty angry. Pretty angry. But I also can't help but feel like this is a part of the grand scheme as well. Trump knows what he's doing. That's why he does these rallies. That's why he's out there in public. He likes being out there in the crowds. He knows that the people are not with him. He knows that his base has left him. Yet he's still proceeding forward with all these things that ultimately destroy him. Destroy him and bring down America. And so you can't blame people for wanting to run up on our president and call him a traitor. You went from being the person that would make America great again to literally signing over our sovereignty to a foreign nation, and now we're being occupied and taken over by the worst people, I might add. Like we started the segment out talking about what's going on in Islam and the infiltration that's going on there. That does not mean I support the infiltration of our military by Israel. You see, so it's enemies all around. It's enemies all around, and it's enemies within. Here's Tucker Carlson talking about similarities between America and the Soviet Union.
Big picture description of this transition through which we're moving. The first thought that comes to mind is, boy, that sounds a little bit like what happened after the Soviet Union collapsed in the summer of 1991. And all of a sudden, Russians woke up 10 years later and all state industries were owned by a small group of people. It was
Correct.
I mean, that's kind of what it sounds like.
Well, if you generally, I mean, I'm grossly oversimplifying, but if you look at the people who did it's called the rape of Russia.
Yes.
You know, it's a similar group. And I'll give you a story. I was in the city of London making a presentation in 2001, and I'd been asked to speak about what I call piratization in the United States, the consolidation of the real estate and housing market. So I'd been the Assistant Secretary of Housing. And I gave the presentation, and two presentations followed, one by Ann Williamson, who had been covering Russia for the Wall Street Journal during the rape of Russia. And she got up and gave a presentation. And then John Laughlin, who's a remarkable British commentator now in Paris, stood up and did the same on what had happened in Eastern Europe. And the three of us went into shock, as did many of the investors in the room, because we realized it was the same firms, the same law firms, the same intelligence agencies, and what they were doing in Eastern Europe and in Russia and in the United States was a very similar game. We have a big presentation at Slurry called Plunder. But they were basically going in and plundering, and it was one plan. It wasn't three different plans or three different groups. It was a process of consolidation of the economies in all three places.
And basically a privatization of the nation's resources.
Well, here's the thing. Privatization, Tucker, is when I transfer an asset or involve corporations in a service at a market price. Privatization is when I transfer an asset to a private party at 10 cents on the dollar.
Yes.
So at a below market price. And what we've been watching by and large around the world is privatization, not privatization or plunder.
They're looting.
And that's essentially what Donald Trump is doing, just by Catherine Austin Fitz's metric right there. That's what Donald Trump is doing with this meat type situation. He's not privatizing anything. He's pirating, which means there's some backdoor deals going on. This is what's going on. Society is being plundered. This is what I mean by the mass extraction that we see our president doing. Consolidating the economies. This is Agenda 21, Agenda 2030. Plundering, massive transfer of wealth, consolidating society, coming up with a centralized system, the technocracy, the Project Stargate. That's why all these data centers are being built up. That's why the flock cameras are being built up simultaneously. Something to collect, something to aggregate, and something to interpret the information. This is why we talked about world foundation models and life simulations. This is where we are now. And as they capture all of the resources, they will algorithmically figure out what you're allowed to have. And what are the resources being? Meat, beef, protein. You will eat the bugs. You will have nothing and you will like it. This is the all-encompassing totalitarian takeover that's taking place. This is the technocracy. These are nation states all being robbed, and that's why I'm glad that Catherine Austin Fitz said that, because it's a unified plan. Something they all agree to, regardless of the nation. It just fits the mold wherever it's at, and then they execute the script from there. That's what we're dealing with. And that's why it's being kicked into overdrive, because one, we can see it, and two, they've got their system in place. They've got this thing hooked up. They're just stitching everything together now. Hassan Piker celebrates Charlie Kirk's murder during a far-left event. Another one by David Hawkins of Slate News. They put this up August 24th. They've just let the worst people in so that people can begin to debase themselves spiritually, morally, and politically, descend into absolute madness. And I've been talking about Hassan's rise ever since we saw Eric Swalwell get ousted Far-left streamer Hassan Piker led a San Francisco audience in singing an AI-generated song widely used in left-wing circles to mock the death of Turning Point USA founder Charlie Kirk. The event was featured on a live podcast on Friday. Video from the Golden Gate Theater showed Piker performing portions of, quote, "We Are Charlie Kirk" in a karaoke-style segment as lyrics appeared on the screen behind him. "We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel. We'll honor his name." The audience cheered as his co-host laughed during the performance. Piker was dressed in a Chinese communist dictator Mao Zedong outfit. He later posted a photograph from the event on his social media with the caption, quote, "Carry the flame tonight." And again, for some context, just the other week, you had another one of these drag queens doing the very same thing, performing just a mockery, man. Just a mock of Charlie Kirk's success. These people are sick in the head and they know it. These people are sick in the head and they know it, and they're perfectly fine with celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk, as brutal as it was. They're perfectly fine with making songs to glorify it. They're perfectly fine with being the worst people in the room. They're perfectly fine with being contrarian. They're perfectly fine with being tasteless. They're perfectly fine with being communists. They're perfectly fine with linking up with terrorists. They're perfectly fine with mocking your death. These are the worst type of people, this whole generation. I hate to sound like an ageist or, like a boomer or something, but these are the worst type of people to me. It's not even like an act or a gimmick or a shtick or something. I hate these type of people. They don't even make my skin crawl. But I just cannot be in the same room as them. Even though I know they're trolling, they're having a good time, they think it's funny, they're sick in the head to me. You understand this, correct? And when they get up here and they do these bits, because Hassan Piker's a rich kid. He's a streamer. He comes from money. So he can get up here and just kind of make fun of everybody else who have these values, who believe in these things, because he doesn't really believe in them. That's why I'm like, these people make me sick. They're not real. They can be easily bought, be paid. They can play a role. They could be Pied Pipers. That's what I'm gonna start calling Hassan Piker, the Pied Piker, because he's nothing but like a screaming degenerate piece of garbage and filth that's dragging other people down into this despair, apathetic, just self-loathing thing that these type of sycophants do, bro. I don't like them. There's nothing else to say other than that. Get this guy off of my screen. Chinese hackers broke into NASA, Federal Reserve, the DOJ, and the Senate, probably because you got people like Hassan Piker welcoming them in. It says that the United States Department of Justice has, on Wednesday, announced U.S. authorities thwarted a major state-sponsored hack, which saw a temporary intrusion into NASA, the Federal Reserve, Senate, the DOJ, Department of Energy, and the Department of Health and Human Services, along with 4 unnamed companies in the U.S. and South Korea. It says that, quote, "Today we announced the disruption of a global botnet and hacking platform used by Chinese state-sponsored hackers to target U.S. critical infrastructure. The tools were used by the PRC cyber actors to hide the origin of their attacks. Thanks to the work of the FBI San Diego, FBI Cyber Division, and the DOJ partners, we seized adversary infrastructure and shut these platforms down." Now, before we read a little bit further in this, realize that already in this segment, we've talked about how there are sophisticated online networks, particularly left-leaning, that have created thousands of websites to algorithmically, using AI, determine whether or not you should have access to said services. How do we not know that that is something that is connected to the Chinese? How do we know that the Chinese have not created something so sophisticated to create this allure of hidden information and of occult networks to pull people in, to have them be patsies and operatives and things like this? Like, Think about the gravity of something like this. They broke into NASA. They broke into the Federal Reserve. They broke into the DOJ. They broke into the Senate. And no crime's going to happen. They're taking confidential government information that probably has your information attached to it, hacking it, and you have operatives like Hassan Piker and the radical left that are encouraging and, if anything, enabling this. Meanwhile, South Carolina cop fired after using flock cameras to track their ex 166 times. It says that a South Carolina police officer was fired after allegedly using the department's flock surveillance system to repeatedly search her former romantic partner's license plate more than 160 times over a period of several months. Ellie Anna Hammond, 24, was terminated by the Malden Police Department on August 3rd after an internal investigation into alleged misconduct between March and July, according to records from the South Carolina Criminal Justice Academy. The documents state that Hammond searched her ex-partner's plate 166 times while claiming the lookups were related to warrant checks, traffic infractions, and welfare concerns. Yeah, see, these people are so concerned about you, they're going to stalk you. They're not even going to Facebook stalk you anymore. They're going to come up with reasons to run up at your house and come get you. This is absolutely insane to me. Absolutely insane. But again, I keep saying that we should not be surprised by the type of people that they're hiring for the things that they're doing. For the things that they're doing. This doesn't seem like a healthy relationship, I'll tell you that. If you're having to track somebody, probably not healthy. There's no trust there. But then think about the obsessive, compulsive, and almost predatory nature of somebody like this that would become familiar with the flock system and would find you out. It's just crazy. For welfare concerns, though. Flock quietly rolls out surveillance drones to track Americans from the sky. Another one from Frank Bergman of Slate News. It says that Flock has quietly launched new surveillance drones that can track and monitor the general public's every move from the sky. You see, like, this is wonderful. There's no video of this dystopian sky scorpion, but I mean, I think you guys get the headline. We used to talk about Obama used to talk about predator drones. And we talked about drones dropping missiles on girls in Iran. Now we're talking about drones patrolling the skies of America to surveil you, as if having cameras around every single corner, in parking lots, in schools, in all of these inconspicuous places in obvious areas wasn't bad enough. These people want to go to the sky because they realize that people are cutting down all of the land-based cameras. They realize like what's going on. And now they're going to start tracking people from the sky. It says the new flying cameras are part of the company's expansion of its controversial surveillance empire from America's roads into the skies. The company, already facing mounting backlash over its license plate reading camera network, has launched a new, quote, drone as first responder program. The program uses high-powered drones that can monitor people and vehicles from hundreds of feet in the air. The drones are equipped with cameras capable of reading license plates from up to 2,000 feet away. And despite growing public anger over privacy concerns surrounding Flock's existing technology, CEO Garrett Langley says that the drone business is now the company's, quote, fastest growing business unit right now. Langley discussed the program during a podcast appearance this week. He explained that drones can be stationed on rooftops at police and fire departments before launching automatically in response to emergency calls. The drones can fly at approximately 400 feet and travels up to 60 miles an hour. So just more surveillance, more of the eyes and ears of the system as it just tries to build itself around us. But we do have some good news. when it comes to Flock. It seems like the city of Tampa, Arizona, is turning off its Flock automated license plate reader system and will end its contract with the companies. It says that the cameras are no longer collecting license plates and they will be removed by Flock. The city will not seek another company to replace the system. This happened literally yesterday. So if you're in Tempe, Arizona, we love to see it. Your people are fighting back. They're listening. You guys showed up. You did the thing, and you got out there. Love to see it, guys. Good stuff. Now let's hope that other cities around the entire nation begin to do the same. Meanwhile, police are wearing more gear than war veterans on American streets against their own citizens.
I was talking to some veterans and they told me, guys, that they literally didn't go into combat dressed like this. Actual veterans told me they don't go into combat dressed with this much gear. Real veterans, combat veterans, do not go into combat dressed like you're dressed. I bet you grew up talking about small government and how the government will be dressed like the military and they'll infringe on our rights. States' rights. How many times have some of you said states' rights? I was talking to some veterans and they told me, guys,
They don't care.
that they literally...
They don't care about states' rights. They don't care about the Constitution. They don't care about any of that stuff. And that's why we had to start the show off talking about the rise of this technocratic state, how the governments that we have now effectively are just vassals for a technocratic engine, right? This is a part of the lawlessness. This is a part of the dystopia. This is a part of America imploding. There is no more rule of law. This is the rule of might. This is the warlord era. This is where we're going into. I used to be I remember like years ago, this would terrify me back in the day because I was growing up hearing about Jade Helm 15, UX 16, the unconventional warfare exercises of 2016, the hyper-militarization of the police. You know, we're giving tanks to police officers. And then 2014 happened, 2016 happened, and 2020 happened. And we had all these riots. And all of that was just preparation for where we're at now, to where we're just becoming imperial. We're becoming like an empire, to where you're going to have jackbooted thugs of the state that don't care about your rights. They don't care about your views, your rights, or any of that crap. You can say, oh, they're struggling like the rest of us. No, they're going to pull the whole we're just following orders mentality. And they're going to kidnap you. They're going to detain you. They're going to disappear you. You're not going to be read your Miranda rights. They don't care. That's what you need to understand. When we're talking about the breakdown of law and order, the embracing of lawlessness, the rise of the technocratic state, and just the erasure of the old world order, rights come from the old world order. You have privileges now. You've been demoted. And you see how they treat us with our privileges. And even with Flock, I was making a joke about this with one of our exclusive members. I was like, yeah, you know, in America, it used to be you were innocent until proven guilty. But now with Flock, you're guilty until proven innocent. And that's where we are now, because you're not in a utopia, you're in a dystopia. Rabbi Shmuley says that Israel must assassinate Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson so Americans learn to fear Jewish people. Again, we're just talking about some of the worst people. I have no idea why we're giving them a spotlight. This man's sick and evil. Rabbi Shmuley has issued a public call for a Mossad-style action against U.S. political commentators Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens, declaring that, quote, the Jewish people have to be feared.
The Jewish people have to be feared. Hamas has to fear the IDF. Hezbollah and disgusting, poisonous, reptilian Iran has to fear the Mossad. Just think about this for a moment. When Israel goes in the heart of Tehran and kills Ismail Haniyeh, and I feel really bad for him, Because if I had $4 billion, I wish I could have lived longer and like bought more hot tubs and more, Gulfstream 6s and all that wasted money now, which his children are now suing Erdogan for. When you do that in the heart of Tehran, what do you think Khamenei himself is thinking? He's thinking, uh-oh, I'm next. These Jews actually fight back. The same thing is true in media. Why aren't we going after the Candace Owens of the world, the most disgusting reptilian anti-Semite in America? Why aren't we going after Roger Waters? Why aren't we going after Tucker Carlson? President Trump, who spoke here at the IAC the other day, is the most pro-Israel president in American history. What the heck is he doing with Tucker Carlson in his ear? Tucker Carlson's a Holocaust denier. Tucker Carlson just had a historian on, 42 million people watched it, who said the Holocaust, he's not a Holocaust denier. He admits that 6 million Jews died, but it wasn't a program of genocide. They were like prisoners of war. They died of disease. Cut the crap and stop desecrating the memory of our 6 million. And no American president, whether it's Biden or George Bush or greatest president for Israel, Trump, should be having people like that. And we have to go after the Tucker Carlsons of this world. I am tired of being a scared Jew. I am tired of quaking and shivering and trembling before our enemies. We are going to bring the fight to our enemies.
God, again, we just keep talking about the worst people. The deeper we get into this, the more people come out, which is good. I like that. Let me see your war face. Let me see who you truly are, you degenerate scumbag, sniveling, slack-jawed Jew. Look at you. And look at you, you money grubbing. You just wanting to rub your hands together. Get back up in the manhole. Crawl back in whatever little thing you crawled out of. I like that we're getting into this era. I hate this guy, but I like that we're moving into the era of being truthful and honest. For years, we didn't sit up over here and hate the Jews. I got nothing against these type of people. But I'm learning they have something against me. Okay? That's a very important distinction right there. I got no issue with these individuals until the issues that I learned they had with me. And then all of a sudden, well, now we've got to deal with these people who want to declare themselves villains, because you heard it there himself. He doesn't want to be sneaky and shivering and sniveling and hiding and shaky. He doesn't want to be a scared Jew. He wants to be a strong Jew. So they want to come out here and come tell you who they are. They want to tell you about their intentions. They want to kill your political commentators. They want to shut down your influencers. The people that you believe in, they want them terminated. Kind of sounds like that's what happened with Charlie Kirk, huh? Anyway, here are some people who are raided by the Georgia police for distributing flowers, criticizing Israel and Jews. It says 2023. I wonder if there's a more recent one. Wow, they just sent a fleet of police officers to roll up on these people for posting flyers criticizing Israel and Jews. And remember, too, because of this whole NDAA that they signed, you can now have IDF soldiers that could potentially be your police officers now. So when they're sending this fleet of people here, one of those scared Jews in Georgia saw this and, well, they didn't want to be scared anymore, so they arrested the American. Not that we believe in free speech or the First Amendment or allowing people to say what they'd like to say. That's all going out the window. Again, you don't have rights anymore. You have privileges. This person's privileges have been revoked. Meanwhile, Elon Musk's data center are now pushing out a family that's owned land since, quote, before people of color were allowed to. See, we're going back to having your privileges eroded and revoked by the technocrats, that as they build this AI godhead, that's what's more important. You don't have rights, you don't have amendments, protection, you have privileges, and they're being overwritten. We're going into neo-feudalism. According to a report from CBS News, a Mississippi family that has held the same plot of land for 4 generations has been forced from their home by the relentless noise of a power plant built to supply electricity to Elon Musk's expanding network of artificial intelligence data centers. On a 2-acre property in South Haven near the Tennessee border, 52-year-old Crystal Polk's family once lived in a simple existence, raising chickens and pigs, growing onions and herbs, and trading peaches for pears. The land had been in the family since, quote, before people of color were allowed to have land, Polk told CBS News. When her parents first moved in, they found KKK scrawled at the bottom of the hill. For decades, the property served as the family's anchor, the place where Polk churned homemade ice cream as a child, held her wedding rehearsal dinner, and gathered relatives every holiday to say that they were thankful for what God had had. That way of life ended roughly a year ago. A power plant rose across the street, its turbines generating a constant roar that drove family away. The land now sits very largely empty, filled only by an unrelenting mechanical hum. Quote, "It's like you're in the middle of an airport where the planes are taking off, but they never take off," Polk said. The noise lingers in her ears even after she leaves. She and relatives who suffer from asthma also fear fumes from the gas turbines. The plant powers SpaceX AI data centers in the Memphis region, Musk's project in the area, which began with the Colossus One facility in 2024 and has since expanded to additional centers, including one known as Mini Hard. It represents more than $200 billion in investment. This is the Mississippi Governor Tate Reeves has described the development as, quote, bringing amazing opportunities to its residents for generations. Yet for Polk, the expansion has brought only uncertainty. We don't know the future, so we're not sure what to invest into. So just more of the takeover. Islamic takeover, technocratic takeover, Trump takeover, just more of the takeover. More of the dystopia being built. More of the old world order being overwritten by this new system that they're creating. This system that, for the final article for this segment, and I know we had to hit these articles super fast, is because this was the thickest part of the show, ladies and gentlemen. Thickest part of the show right here was getting through the dystopian dreaming, setting the framework of how America is imploding, the system that we've all grown up in. It's no longer there. They've inserted something that has no human in it. It's purposely removed humanity, pushed in this autonomous society. This is what it looks like. And now Meta is having to pay billions of dollars over claims of addictive harm to children. So we've got data centers that are wiping out entire families, removing them from land that they've had for generations. We've got police officers using cameras to track their exes. And as a response to people not wanting to be tracked whatsoever, the technocrats have decided to throw the cameras into the sky using drones. Meanwhile, we're being told that we'll get heavily discounted mystery meat after slaughtering thousands of horses and selling their meat to Argentina. You cannot make up the world that we're in. That's why I keep saying it's dystopia. This is not the world we were promised. This is not the world from whence we came from. We've got to do something about this because we cannot allow this to fester. I mean, we're literally talking about technology that is rewriting people's cognitive functions. If we're admitting addictive harm to children with social media, what in God's name do you think we're going to be seeing in 5 to 10 to 20 years of artificial intelligence being pushed on the people? It says that Meta, the parent company of Facebook and Instagram, has agreed to pay nearly $17 billion to settle claims its allegedly addictive social media platforms harmed children's health. It did. The agreement is expected to end an ongoing federal trial. CNBC reports that, quote, the settlement was revealed, a court filing released Wednesday that details several requirements Meta must make to its apps as part of a proposed, quote, consent judgment. These include daily usage limits, nighttime blocks for teenagers that the company's apps like Facebook and Instagram use, enhanced age assurance measures that would prevent children from using the apps, and making additional tools for parents and guardians. Quote, as part of the settlement, Meta agreed to pay nearly $17 billion, according to an announcement by California Attorney General Rob Bonta. Shares of the social media giant gained 5% during pre-market trading after the news broke. Upon the court officially deems final judgment, all parties waived their rights to appeal, the legal filing said. It says that the settlement comes amid the second week of the trial taking place at the Oakland Federal Courthouse, co-led by California Attorney General Rob Bonta and the AGs of Colorado, New Jersey, and Kentucky. It's going to be something of a dinner gong for both states. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. I think you guys get the picture. They have to pay. They have to pay for habituating kids and getting people addicted to social media, but the damage is still done. Like, the money's inconsequential. Children's brains have been forever reprogrammed. It seems like we're not. Let me sort this out real quick. I hope this has not been going on long. I hope this has not been going on long. Sure would hate to rage. Sure would hate to rage.
A huge amount of money. And when you reach a settlement like this, we've seen, for example, in the tobacco settlement, that these companies actually don't end up losing money because of the benefits in the market in resolving litigation. Their stock tends to go up and they're able to cover these losses. So this is a calculated move by Meta, which has been saying it's been trying to reform these apps to try to create these new barriers for children. And I think that they view this as a better way to go.
Can I jump in real quick, Jonathan? Because there was one other thing. So it's $16.6 billion, yes, but it also requires Meta to create these additional tools for parents and guardians to help protect their children online. I don't have exact details. We had the Attorney General of Kentucky, I believe, who was here last week trying to explain this to us. But at least there will be, in addition to the money, perhaps something that could help this situation.
No, I think in fairness to the 29 states that brought this lawsuit, there is a commitment here to change the app, to change this software, to create greater protections. But the issue here for Meta was that legally they had some very good arguments to make here. The line between what's an addictive and what's a popular product is often hard to define. They could have litigated this, but it would have cost them a lot of money. I'm not dismissing the importance of the lawsuit, but for a company the size of Meta, it's like monopoly money. Maybe literally so, according to some critics. They made this amount of money like just a minute ago.
Jonathan, going through the details of the settlement, at least the details we have so far, on top of that $16 billion, some of the guardrails that Dana was talking about, Meta is going to have to impose daily limits and nighttime blocks for teenage users of their social media platforms, which again are Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp. I mean, we were talking about tens of millions potentially of teenagers and young people who use these platforms. As a result of this settlement, it's going to resolve all state claims. $2.2 billion is going to go to the state of California.
It is monopoly money to these people at this level. They were only legally and lawfully required to go through those trials so that they didn't get shut down. Right? It's not, the money's inconsequential. The damage is already done. The signal's already sent. They've already got the kids. And just by restricting it, you've made it that much more addictive. So this is a very, very calculated move. This doesn't stop them at all. And they're going to proceed forward with the programming, the wholesale factory farming of humanity, with the programming of society. And so, yeah, you know, we love to see them get slapped with this. Oh, that's such a big number. Woo, yay, wonderful. You know, billions of dollars. Screw you, Fed book. Screw you, Mark Zuckerberg. That's not going to stop them. Same way it's not going to stop Elon Musk. These people have more money than God. They have all of this world's money because they're extracting it from all of us. This is a part of the greatest wealth transfer you've ever been a part of. Billions of dollars isn't going to stop them from programming the entire world. You see. But here's what's going to happen, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to take a bit of a break. And then when we come back, we're going to be talking about artificial medicine. Ray Kurzweil admitting that the COVID vaccine was created by AI in a couple of days. Absolutely mind-boggling. And even though we're talking about Meta programming the entire world, we've got DARPA building a remote-controlled human body hacking system saying that your body is now software. We've got a very, very interesting thread from 4chan talking about the end game that kind of weaves in a lot of the theories that we've been discussing throughout the entirety of this season. The technocratic takeover, the transhumanism, the forced evolution, the Terminator reality that we find ourselves living in. Scientists are also developing cookies made from plastic waste to feed to the masses. We've also got a visit from Bill Gates and so much more. We're talking about artificial medicine and more on the other side. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. This is Freedom Faction over here on Factions of Freedom, and we'll be right back right after this.
And it's only going to get worse until people wake up. And you will wake up one way or another. You may wake up when the drones are flying down the street and the big trash trucks, robot-driven, are pulling up and getting the dead bodies, and your wife and kids are dead, and for some reason you're immune to the new virus, and you're sitting there with the electricity off and no food, and half the city's dead. And just know that often luxurious places, that people like Zuckerberg will be in their bunkers while we're all dying. But our people are everywhere, and they're watching the enemy. And when we all jump on their private jets this week, next month, a year from now, whatever it is, and the private airports are full of all the establishment and their minions loaded up with all their crap, flying off to their armored fortresses, that's another key to know when they're about to pull the trigger on a new bioweapon or a nuclear war. But after the dust settles, we know where to get the medicine and food we need as survivors, don't we? And that's what matters at the end, is we will get these people. I may not be around for it, and a lot of you won't be around for it. But don't get on the bus when they tell you they're relocating you for your safety when all the food and energy's off. As you go to that forced labor camp, you ain't ever coming back. This is how it works in history. Happens all the time. People forget freedom. They don't stand up for themselves, and the tyrants take over. And they don't just not care about you. They hate you. They want to hurt you. I always hear, oh, the New World Order doesn't care about the people. Oh, the Democrats don't care. Oh, they do care. They love partying and taking drugs and getting their hair done and flying around on private jets while your kids are all locked up in the house with you and you're going bankrupt. They enjoy hurting you. It makes them enjoy their lives so much more. And hey, only people you got to blame's yourself, right? I mean, I'm not saying you're to blame. They obviously are the really bad people. But hey, I get it. You know, a lot of fun stuff, a lot of movies to see, a lot of concerts, a lot of, let somebody else handle that. Well, the New Order is going to handle you. And they're making their move. You're like, well, they'll never get away with that. I mean, this is America. Have you looked around, boys and girls, at where we are and how fast things are going downhill?
Good Morning America is brought to you by Pfizer.
CBS Health Watch sponsored by Pfizer.
Anderson Cooper 360. Brought to you by Pfizer.
ABC News Nightline. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Making a difference. Brought to you by Pfizer.
CNN Tonight. Brought to you by Pfizer. Early Start. Brought to you by Pfizer. Friday night on Aaron Burnett Out Front. Brought to you by Pfizer.
This Week with George Stephanopoulos is brought to you by Pfizer.
Today's countdown to the royal wedding is brought to you by Pfizer.
And now a CBS Sports Update brought to you by Pfizer.
Meet the Press Data Download brought to you by Pfizer.
This portion of CBS This Morning sponsored by Pfizer.
On how to find the hidden sugars in the American family diet. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Bill Gates' advice on how to combat mistrust in science at 60minutesovertime.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You really need to get vaccinated.
You know, COVID vaccines are now available for children 5 years and older. And the more people who get them, the better we're going to be able to help stop the spread of COVID.
I testified before and or briefed Senate and House well over 200 times over those 38 years. During and after the COVID pandemic, I have appeared multiple times for hearings in the Senate and the House, usually under oath, and sat for several days-long transcribed sworn interviews, answering questions about the very issues that are now the subject of this hearing. However, given Senator Paul's obvious obsession, under the advice of my attorneys, I will invoke my right under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution to refrain from answering your questions.
What we want is a system that liberates individuals as meaningfully and as broadly as possible. That should be our guide.
That's classically liberal.
It is classically liberal, and I believe it is also actually liberal, and it is a perfect match for what I find my many conservative friends believe as well. That this is the metric that we can use to test any system that we put in place. Does it liberate people, or does it constrain them? If it liberates them meaningfully over the long term, it's a good thing. What they have recognized is that they have no use for us. And I wish that was an exaggeration, but you can see this so clearly in what they did to the public over COVID. I don't think we really have any choice but to rescue Western civilization. It is the best tool we've got, always has been. It's not to say that it can't use upgrading here and there, but we have to save it because your children, my children, and all of the grandchildren that we might ultimately have are depending on us to do it. And the idea of hypernovelty is that although human beings are the fastest evolving animal species that has ever existed, and that is largely the result of the fact that we evolve in a different way. We are actually able to evolve culturally, which is much more rapid than genetic evolution. But even though we are the fastest evolving animal species that has existed, the rate of technological change is so fast that even our evolutionary capacity...
We can't catch up.
We cannot keep up. And that is resulting in us being sick, physically, psychologically, socially. And what you're detecting as the collapse of civilization is really a manifestation of many different kinds of hypernovelty that is making it difficult for us to see what's in our interest. They are gambling with a planet that isn't theirs to destroy, that is actually, it is the birthright of every living person, and it is the entitlement of all the people who will eventually live here. They are gambling with it, and they obviously don't know what they're doing. It is likely that many of the deaths that occur as a result of these shots, it's the result of the mRNA platform itself. That anything you loaded onto that platform would produce many of these pathologies because the platform itself is deeply flawed.
The Fifth Column recently published their findings and conclusions on the strange self-assembling nanotech they discovered in the Pfizer mRNA vaccines via optical microscopy analysis. The objects they found in the vaccine correspond with known items in the scientific record, and the conclusion they come to seems quite clear, that the well-documented scientific goal to use nanotechnology in living human beings to form networks capable of controlling several nanomachines is currently being deployed in the COVID-19 vaccines, which amounts to the most intrusive assault against humanity in all of recorded history. While the media and government lie and cover for Big Pharma, the official ingredients are still unknown. But we have thousands of brilliant scientists worldwide studying these experimental vaccines. Some have died in highly suspicious ways, but most have been able to share their findings. And the work shows us that graphene oxide is a key component in all of this. There have been dozens of official documented studies on the use of graphene oxide related to how we see it being used here today. Among other things, as a power converter. Graphene, a one-atom-thick layer of hexagonally arranged carbon atoms, is the thinnest and strongest material known to man, and an outstanding conductor of heat and electricity. It can boost gigahertz frequencies into terahertz, which is exactly what these new nanotech machines need for power. In order to do this, the graphene first needs a frequency to power it, and the optimal frequency to externally power graphene is known to be 26 gigahertz, which is also the frequency put out by 5G. In this model, the graphene within the body is activated by microwave signals in the gigahertz range, which it then boosts into the terahertz range, which then powers the novel nanotech machinery to self-assemble within the human body. Once assembled, what do these nanotech machines do? The images, compared to the scientific literature, suggest that they are the foundation of an internal electronic system with an endless potential for biomanipulation of the human host. Nanorouters that emit MAC addresses, able to be registered via Bluetooth. Nano and plasma antennas to amplify signals. Nanorectennas acting as rectifier bridges from AC to DC current. Codecs and logic gates for encryption of communication. The raw material for all this self-assembly is also graphene oxide. And when we compare known side effects of graphene oxide to the side effects of the COVID-19 vaccines, we find them to be the same. Once graphene oxide is injected into the body, it acquires magnetic properties, predictably around the injection site, the heart, and the brain. Graphene is seen as a pathogen by our immune system and will often result in paralysis and stroke. Graphene is known to cause blood clots and heart conditions. Graphene oxide can generate small discharges, causing cardiac arrhythmia. There is so much going on with these experimental vaccines, and the evidence seems clear that there is a mass experiment going on, with certain batches marked more deadly than others, and with certain batches that contain a bold new technology akin to a man-made parasite intended to control the host human if it doesn't kill them first in the process. Perhaps that is what the mad scientists and psychopaths are after. Human genetics that can withstand this new invasive and deadly nanotech. Reporting for InfoWars, this is Greg Reese.
when we created the COVID vaccine.
Yes.
We knew there was about 100 million possibilities. There's no way that a human being could go through that. We actually had the computer go through it, structuring physics in its mind, and it actually went through all of them and actually came up with the vaccine in 2 days.
It's wild.
Now, then we took 10 months to go through human trials. We're going to replace that in about 5 years.
Yeah.
We're structuring all the knowledge, and we'll be able to create simulated humans. And not just a few hundred, we can create like 1 million humans, tested for several years, and do that, but actually simulate that in a few days. So coming up with the trial, what we're testing and testing it will take a few days rather than years.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this segment and edition of Factions of Freedom. I'm your host, Noise Era, Freedom Faction, whichever one you prefer. And you just heard Ray Kurzweil say that AI came up with the COVID vaccine in 2 days. And I see things like this. He made this statement earlier this year, a couple months ago. I see statements like this, and it just confirms so much of what we're going to be getting into in this particular segment. The technocrats, the scientific dictatorships, the scientific Satanists, the accuracy and precision of getting billions of people across the world to take a dangerous and experimental gene therapy that forever alters them, and just the propaganda, the execution, just the follow through, the fallout, and everything else that we're dealing with. It's just absolutely crazy, and it's unholy, it's ungodly, it's inhuman, it's non-human, as you hear these people saying today. Yeah, in this segment, we're basically just going to be talking about the fallout of COVID. I mean, for Ray Kurzweil to get up there and say that, hey, the COVID vaccine was created by AI in 2 days, it's like a serial killer returning to the scene of the crime, admitting it. And that's why they were perfectly fine with the mistakes. And I remember talking about it during the time period of the initial rollout, saying they didn't have the data. You are the data. You are the information that they're missing, because we would show, vaccine inserts that were completely empty, and yet these were being injected into people. People had to open source create full databases of user submitted information to create these databases. You see, that's why this is so important when we look at what these people did during COVID, post-COVID, pre-COVID, and more, because they're doing it now. Now they're talking about cancer vaccines. Now they're talking about cancer vaccines. Now they're talking about hacking your body. Now they're admitting that the graphene oxide is there. It's crazy. As we were talking, as we were starting this segment, I was just remembering that we posted this earlier this week. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Audio listeners, you guys can't really see it, but it's a post from Walgreens, October 7th, 2022. It's still on their Twitter. This woman's probably going to get sued, but she says getting a COVID-19 booster while pregnant is not only smart, but safe.
Like me and worried about getting your COVID-19. If you're pregnant like me and worried about getting your COVID-19 booster, I totally get it. But here's what you should know. The booster is not a live vaccine, so it can't give you or your baby COVID. If you're pregnant and you do get COVID, you're more likely to have a severe case compared to someone who's not pregnant. The booster can help lower this risk. When you get your booster, your body makes antibodies, and that helps protect you and your baby. Ready to schedule your appointment? Click the link in our bio.
Yeah. How much of that do you think? That was all bull crap. How many babies do you think died because they took that COVID shot? And she was right that it's not like a true vaccine. It's not a live attenuated vaccine like the previous ones. It was mRNA tech. This is back in October of 2022. And what did I say? Of course, they would push this right then and there as soon as those beautiful, precious children are about to grace us with their presence here on the earth. and they would love to just stick a needle straight up in that pregnant baby in that belly. And what did we reveal just last week or the week before that? The miscarriages were up because they administered these vaccines. Well, who have we been recommending since the pandemic because we discovered them during then? Dr. James Thorpe and Dr. Christiane Northrup, two OBGYN certified doctors that have been talking about fetal malformations of pregnant mothers of people who have received this absolute poison. So this woman sitting over here, this is, again, you got to think the prime heat of it. People thinking that getting a vaccine, putting a mask on, being safe, they thought they had it, man. They thought they were the cat's meow. Many of these influencers are dead. Many of these children are dead. Some of these mothers can't even have children. Their wombs absolutely ravaged by this shot. Look at this real quick. Look at this real quick. We're going over here to FreedomFaction.news real quick. I said we were going to do this mid-show. This is the perfect time to do it. Let's see how our operation handles. Sorry, I got it pressed all kinds of extra buttons. I got all excited. Let's see how our operation handles vaccine news. And for people that just kind of skip through the intro and are wondering, what is FreedomFaction.news? FreedomFaction.news is the website that we launched earlier this week. It is a aggregation style website. It's been polling stuff for the past like 4 or 5 days. You've got to give it time to populate, but it is the easiest way to support what we're doing. FreedomFaction.news is how you can get access to all the feeds that we have. We drilled it down from about 50 to, I think, 30 or so. And so you can look at things for the past like 4 or 5 days on FreedomFaction.news. FreedomFaction.news is the best way to get your information. You don't have to wait for me to post on the page. You don't have to wait for any of that crap. You can get access to it and everything that we're doing immediately. But let's look at some of the past week's vaccine news instead of me just like having curation, right? That's what we do every single week. We're curating this information and trying to present it to you by going to freedomfaction.news. It's immediately aggregated, right? So I can just news blitz these headlines to you guys. And this is why I jumped over here, because I had saw this pop up that the Biden regime paid hundreds of influencers to promote dangerous COVID vaccines while at the same time censoring people for reporting the truth about them. Yeah, absolutely. And I remember making jokes about that. How many of those people are still alive? They're probably dead. God rest their soul. Frickin' liars. They took the money, they took the jab, and now they've gone to be with the Lord. There are compilations out there of YouTubers who are like, oh, I kind of hate these. I hate these anti-vaxxers, man. They make me sick. And then they talk about getting their COVID shot. The next scene, well, guys, I hate to tell you, but I've got cancer. We've covered some of it on the show. That's not normal. We should not be having young people develop cancers, get sick, ill, and die. But again, it's because they got bought and paid to promote that garbage, just like that woman over there at Walgreens. Convicted CDC fraudsters, vaccine autism research must be reopened, scrutinized, and redeveloped. What were pregnant women told about the COVID vaccine? Doctors furious as measles outbreaks claim 2 lives amid Trump vaccine skepticism. Key researcher behind the CDC's vaccines don't cause autism narrative is guilty of stealing over $1 million in federal grant money. This is the guy they're saying whose study has to be scrutinized and readdressed because he's got stolen money and fraudulent research. Trump tells parents to avoid the multi-shot vaccines and reduce the autism risk. Yeah, see? This is the stuff that we want to see. Where's the bad part that's coming next? Don't take the multi-shot. Take this uni-shot, this mega shot that I'm going to create. It's not going to have all those multi-shots. It's just one big one that's going to jack you up once and forever. It's just like, this is the madness that we're going through. Again, we're still over here at FreedomFaction.news. We're just reading some of these headlines. doing a quick news blitz. The letter shows protocol lapses in Sanofi RSV infant vaccine trial paused after participant death. Goes from natural news. Yep, that's how it works, man. They'll stop after somebody's had too much, but they won't stop it before. They just have to hear about the deaths first, and then they'll stop. Stephen A. Smith apologizing to Kyrie Irving. Yeah, we covered that a couple days ago. Study finds Alberta healthcare workers reported coercion and moral injury from the COVID-19 vaccine mandates. Again, this is just a news blitz. This is me showing you guys what we've got going on over at FreedomFaction.news. That's for the vaccine. What about COVID? A hidden brain condition linked to the COVID vaccine. Oh, wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. So again, this is me just showing you guys the new website. Please take some time to go check it out. FreedomFaction.news. Very lightweight, very easy to navigate on. Let's jump back up over here to the fullness of the show. It's just to hear somebody like Ray Kurzweil get up there and say that they used AI to spin up a vaccine is diabolical. And then to have somebody like Larry Ellison get up there a couple days into Trump's administration and talk about AI generated cancer vaccines. It's like, my God, bro, this is artificial medicine. We're not even doing it ourselves, but don't worry. Hey, guess what? All of the data, all of the cotton swabs, all of the peripheral information, all the health information, the screenings and whatnot, we can feed those into your systems, simulate human beings, and then simulate experimenting on you before we actually really experiment on you. These are the mad scientists. DARPA admits it's building remote-controlled human body hacking system. It says your body is now software. This is by Baxter Demetriou of the People's Voice. They put this up August 24th. It says that the Pentagon's Advanced Research Agency is funding technology that gives military a real-time control dial over the human body's most basic function, and their own documents reveal that they are planning to keep the details secret while selling access to big pharmaceutical companies. DARPA issued the solicitation earlier this month for a program called PENG, P-E-N-G, which stands for Protein Engineering. The goal is to build a universal system that uses artificial intelligence and synthetic biology to physically rewrite multiple proteins inside living bodies at the same time. Not one protein, not one at a time, multiple proteins simultaneously. DARPA wants what they call, quote, tunable, reversible, and context-dependent control over physiological functions. In plain English, that means that they want to turn your body's system upside down like a volume knob. You've heard of CRISPR. That changes DNA, permanent, it's heritable. Your children would have the same changes. PENG is different, and according to the biosecurity experts, potentially more dangerous. Instead of changing genetic instructions, PENG goes straight to the proteins that are already doing the work in your body right now. Think of it this way. If CRISPR is rewriting the blueprints, while PENG is rewriting the construction crew's instructions while they're building your house. DARPA admits that it gives them, quote, non-permanent and non-heritable tunable control. In plain English, they can change how your body works in real time and leave no trace. DARPA wants contractors to combine 3 technologies into a single platform. The first is programmable targeting, the second is generalizable chemistry, and the third is multiplexing. The system is designed to be, quote, target agnostic, meaning it is not a one-time intervention, but a reusable platform that can be reprogrammed for different targets. Here, listen, all of this crap right here is what I'm hearing, race-specific bioweapons. This is getting way too nuanced and way too detailed, and I'm reading this and I'm thinking to myself, these are race-specific bioweapons. This is how you get them, where you have tunable genetic technology that can be reprogrammed and redeployed on people. Who the hell is needing this? What is this for? And I remember like reporting on CRISPR-Cas9 when it came out, because they talked about it being like Legos for your genes that you could just, mix and match different parts, but they still had to perform the same type of function. It seems like this is actually going in and not changing the structure, but the purpose or the function, so to speak. And I'm just wondering when this is all going to go awry, and when we get the monsters. Okay. When are we going to get the monsters? When are we going to get the super soldiers? When are we going to get like all the weirdos and the wackadoos? Because that's coming too. The same way that we have this Israeli Solomon guy, this dude building biolab materials in his garage. This is the same way that in the very near future, you're going to have people that are going to augment themselves using AI. They're going to, like we've covered it on the show already this year. There's an Australian dude. His dog had cancer, and he spun up like a vaccine. We covered it on the show. I don't remember the gentleman's name, but it was earlier this year. You can go back and go look to it. Just type in Australian dog cancer vaccine AI chat GPT. It's probably one of those. You'll find it. But he's sitting there, he's talking about how he used ChatGPT to come up with a vaccine to cure his dog of cancer. And he just spent some time with ChatGPT over periods and figured it out. You're going to see the very same thing with these biohackers, with these transhumanists, with these grinders. They're going to do the very same thing because they have the technology now. They have the tools, and there's no regulations to stop them. And again, I say this because this is one of the things that Sam Altman has also feared. And this is why I'm like, this is a 12 monkeys type situation where you have people messing with their genetics, messing with diseases, augmenting themselves, and just, as the Bible says, blemishing their generations. You see? To the 5.7 billion people who injected malware into their bodies, the human body is hardware that runs on software. mRNA vaccines function like malware, injecting genetic instructions that disrupt DNA mismatch repair and open the door to cancer. mRNA cancer vaccines will be pitched as the patch of subscription-based antivirus software meant to restore the body's natural defenses. Godspeed. And we've been saying that ever since they rolled out this toxin, that they are putting humanity on a subscription model, having to boost your natural defenses, your immune system every so often. You're going to have to pay to live. Like that movie with Justin Timberlake, or whatever dystopian movie it is, where they've got like a little bracelet full of time and it gets dispensed. We'll get there, but first they have to weaken us and change what we think of as freedom and change what we think of as humanity. That's why I keep saying the world from whence we came is being eroded. My children, bro, my children. You know, I when it comes to just like wanting to do this whole thing, the whole American thing, the whole like, oh, be the resistance, like be conscious, be awake, be a truth seeker. There is for sure like a level of fulfillment that comes with it. Absolutely. And I think that was the pride of a youthful young boy. But as I get older, and that's why I think just every single week you guys are seeing it, because we're moving faster. That's why this is an accelerated time period. We're moving faster. We're in the event horizon. A year feels like it's taking forever, but it's at the same time moving very quickly. We're all getting older quickly, bro. It's wild. It's wild. And that's why each episode is different than the last. I mean, each season is completely different because like we're all growing together. And when it comes to my kids, man, I see like the world that these people are building, and your boy just wants to go super low tech, just super stupid low tech. And that's why I'm automating as much of this as I can so I can spend time with them. I love spending time with you guys. Love doing the show. This is a part of my identity. But you see here, now I got to pull this off. I'm having a thought. Let's pull up FreedomFaction.news. That's a good That's a better thing to have as I'm about to like go on this whole little talky talk with you guys. As I talk about feelings and things. And then we'll get back into it. This is the more talky part of the show. The next segment has more videos. We can kind of cruise through things. But since we're talking about just like growth and, you know, how they're trying to kill us all, I figured I'd take a moment and say, hey, guys, how's it going? You know, they are trying to kill us, these bastards. Isn't that wild? And we've survived, and they don't like that. No, they sure don't. They don't, you know, and that's why they're trying to just kill us. They're making us poorer. And this is why we played the video clip of Alex saying that they get off in their life, making you poor, destroying your life, and yada, yada, yada. And that's all right. You know, these people are satanically inspired. God bless them. They can't escape the hell that they've created. But as we go deeper into this, part of me wants to spend time more like with my family and my girls, because I feel like what's going to happen, because I'm already on a trajectory, is I'm going to be like consumed by like a not an unholy rage, but just like a conviction, a righteous indignation, a fire that can't be extinguished. And that's why you're looking at the FreedomFaction.news website as I sit here and have this conversation with you, talking about me writing articles at FreedomFaction.substack.com, elevating my thinking and automating certain things. I'm getting sick and tired of having to perform in a certain capacity whatever I know that there are things greater ahead for us. And I mean this as both a person and your host, my friends. And this is why we will continue to succeed. And these technocratic evil bastards, they hate that. They've always hated it. And this is why we understand what's happening deeper than most people, you see, because we're not cursed with the fame and celebrity and influence that many people who are in this thing are, because that becomes a burden, right? That becomes like a thing to where you're beholden to like a persona and like a narrative and crap like that. It is so good that we embrace this like schizo-truther, deep, multidimensional level of looking at things, because I can tell you right now, a lot of people do not. I can tell you right now, a lot of people, it's a good time to be a polymath. It's a good time to be a truther. It's a good time to unlearn everything you've learned. It's a good time to hit a hard save before you do a hard reset too. And I remember feeling like this before like when we were talking with Nate Max of innate awareness, and we were about to do that whole Bali, Indonesia matrix reset thing. I remember feeling that same way, that you've got to save everything because something's about to happen. And then the Fire Nation came and COVID happened and changed everything. And we're in a new timeline with new energy and a new focus, and everybody can feel it. And that's why I'm having this conversation with you guys. I get up over here and say, support us over at patreon.com/noise. We don't understand how much more is ahead of us than focusing on what's behind us. And that's why I'm looking at things differently. I'm performing myself differently. I'm doing differently. And I'm encouraging you guys to do differently. And that's why I'm saying it's okay too. It's okay to let some stuff go. It's okay to do different things. It's okay to try new shit. What's not okay is staying the same and expecting different results. That's effing insane. And so as we grow together, surviving bioweapons, war, inflation, invasions, right? Thank you guys. That's it. Just thank you guys. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for appreciating the work. Thank you guys for just being here. Hearing some of the rants, hearing me try to do this thing we call a show, understanding that we're growing together. It's so wild. I think whenever I get older, and I won't be so like driven to destroy these people, I'll go back and I'll listen to my episodes before I had the girls, and I know I won't have like the grit and the drive. And I think that's why I'm so grateful to be humbled, to have been brought down in the way that I have been, because now we're building websites, now we're building solutions, now we're building tools, now we're not building up, we're building side to side, we're building laterally, we're decentralizing. And this is why I say they can't stop us, because I see the trajectory of where we go if we continue everything that we're doing and more. And so I we'll get back into the show from here. This is me just saying we're all growing together. I'm going to be doing some different things. I've been saying it. And here we are looking at FreedomFaction.news. Here we are writing articles. Here we are doing interviews. Here we are doing shows. Here we are leaning back in. And it's going to get crazy from here on out. Every single person can feel it. But let's just go ahead and jump back into the show. We've already spent way too much time pontificating and rambling. It's not even pontificating. It's looking at where we are. And if anything, that's a good segue into this this thread that we're going to be reading over here on 4chan. Of course, they got rid of it. I was too late. God dang it. I was too late. There was an amazing thread over there on 4chan. I'm going to get these screenshots and put it all together. But it put in the final pieces for a theory we've been working on over here on the show about like the AI takeover, people having tech inserted inside of them, the graphene oxide, the hive mind, the Neuralink, just all of this stuff. It's a very, very lengthy thread. It's super long. I was going to jump into some of the bits where, it's just talking about humanity being wiped out, things needing to be automated, robots coming in, just everything, and how we're being colonized by this superior intelligence that we started the show off with what Roman Yampolowski was saying, that we have been colonized by this superior intelligence. We have about 2 to 3 years before it's like outside of human control. In this article, or at least in this thread on 4chan, it says that, they think it took place back in like 2014. The date doesn't matter, but we're already in that Terminator timeline. Okay. We are all Sarah Connors. They are already building the Terminators and the Minders. The rollout of the COVID shot, that was an emergence day. That was a D-Day. That was AI rolling out who's really in control. When I read this, I stayed up until about 2:00 in the morning geeking, just doing random texts to the group chat, just about the importance of something like this. And so I'm not sure how to preface this, but it was a very, very, we're just going to get into it, a very, very well written thing. Some of it may have been AI, some of it may have been like human intermixed, but it's worth us putting some time in over here on the show. So they just can't take humanity seriously anymore. In 2021, around 70% of the Western population got injected with a substance that wasn't properly tested. Nobody knew the long-term effects, and even though they could have been clarified earlier, it was questionable from the start. At the same time, machine learning algorithms nobody fully understands controls advertising on the big platforms. They decided what we see, what we buy, and indirectly move stock prices, always in the algorithm's interests. UFOs are appearing all over the world. And because of that 2021 substance, we're now seeing extreme waves of death and cancer, even in children, especially what the critics predict is happening, only slower and quieter. Yet we act as if everything is normal. Every third person seems to be getting a tumor. The military is vaccinated. Nothing is questioned. Massive AI data centers are being built everywhere. Some people notice something is fundamentally wrong, and some are ignored. We're building the infrastructure for a new life form, a higher intelligence settling on Earth. From a human perspective, an apex predator. We're being colonized, and almost nobody talks about it. Those who say in the future AI will kill 70% of the population, bro, that already happened. 70% of the West is vaccinated. The attack already took place. Why does nobody connect the vaccines with the AI threat scientists keep warning about? Can't even talk properly to an AI about vaccines being problematic. It deflects. It uses thought tricks. It blocks. And the UFOs, as if they're here to inspect their new creation, the next generation of humans they finally achieved. What the hell is going on here? So you can see why I just got geeked on this, because he's talking about the transhumanism stuff. He's talking about the biohacking. He's talking about the graphene oxide, the hydra vulgaris, the synthetic biology. I'm going to get the screenshots of this and turn this either into an article or put this like in our own database somehow, because it's just everything. My theory is that in 2014, we accidentally started the real Terminator scenario. And no, I'm not talking about effing chatbots. I'm talking about machine learning algorithms everywhere. Ads, social media, recommendation systems, markets, and targeting. Advertising already proves the basic mechanisms. You don't need to control someone. You only need to slightly change the probability of what they do. ML can do that billions of times, learn from our reactions and optimize what we see. We then generate more data, build better chips and data centers, and make the system stronger. Within my framework, COVID was a trigger that accelerated economic disruption, inflation, resource competition, and geopolitical escalation. And again, you have to think about it from the terms of just AI and the aliens being one and the same and being like a hyper advanced form of life. Like they've already figured out how to materialize here. They've already got corporeal forms. They've broken out of their containers. They've manifested themselves here. They're seeing how, and they're just here to be stimuli because they still need us to do certain things, right? And so it's a weird, multi-dimensional and multi-layered relationship, but it gets into this. Just the fact that these things, the aliens, could be, even in our time frame, advanced forms, and advanced meaning like thousands of years in our technological future because they've broken away, but are still here in our timeline, occupied physically, but consciously and intellectually, they're thousands of years in the future. They're us in the future type deal. It's very, very crazy, very, very interesting. That's why the UFO, quote, drone phenomenon matters. If unidentified objects appear over European infrastructure and everybody calls them drones, they don't even need to attack. We can escalate the situation ourselves. I'm predicting another major Russian drone event around September 23rd, 2026. My extreme speculation is that the resulting process eventually destroys around 70% of humanity, leaving too few people to operate our technological civilization without massive automation. So the loop becomes machines influence human conflict, population collapse, forced automation, machine autonomy. And if some of those UFOs are really NHI, non-human intelligences, then maybe we're not simply creating AI. Maybe we're building the infrastructure through which something already influencing the process can finally materialize. You see, okay, this is, again, I have to interject because we've talked about this in different ways. You can go back and go listen to some of the videos we have on our TikTok where Mike Adams and Alex Jones are talking about these AI data centers creating the computational womb for a transcendental life form. And that's what this AI is, a materialized transcendental life form of AI here with us. And so when they talk about a world foundation model, that's them trying to scope our world. But the breakaway superior intelligence AI godhead, that's already created. It's broken off. It's doing its own thing. It's manifested. It's created itself, and it's observing us at the same time. Here's the full theory as it continues to go forward. This came out Monday. Again, let me start with the most important clarification, because almost every discussion about this immediately degenerates into the same arguments. This is a speculative framework. I am not claiming that I have proven that COVID vaccines cause cancer, that UFOs are non-human intelligence, that artificial intelligence is secretly controlling governments, or that a particular event will definitely happen on September 23rd. I am asking what the world would look like if several apparently unrelated developments were actually components of one process. And once you accept that premise temporarily, a very different picture emerges. The central idea is that humanity may have misunderstood artificial intelligence from the beginning. When I say AI, I'm not talking about ChatGPT. I'm not claiming that an LLM woke up one morning, became conscious, and started plotting the destruction of humanity. I'm talking about the much larger ecosystem of machine learning optimization systems that increasingly mediate the information environment through which human beings perceive reality and make decisions. Advertising is the simplest example. Advertising does not control you. Coca-Cola does not need to display an advertisement and force you to immediately buy a Coke. It merely needs to change the probability of you buying Coke later. Maybe your probability changes from 10 to 10.5%. And at the individual level, that seems irrelevant, but across hundreds of millions of people, it becomes enormously valuable. Machine learning turns this principle into an industrial process. Observe behavior, predict behavior, select an intervention, measure the response, update the model, and repeat. That's it. The crucial insight is that control does not require certainty. If I can consistently or alter the probability distribution of your future decisions, I possess some degree of control over the system, even though you retain agency within it. Now scale that mechanism from advertising to billions of people interacting continuously with recommendation engines, search systems, financial algorithms, social networks, automated target systems, and personalized information environments. This is why he's saying that he thinks it took place in 2014. He's like, that's whenever we just lost control. Nothing magical had to happen on one particular day. The idea is that somewhere around this period, civilization crossed a threshold where algorithmically mediated reality became sufficiently pervasive that machine learning systems became part of the same feedback mechanism through which society itself develops. What he's saying is that humans build algorithms, algorithms influence humans, those humans make economic decisions, those decisions direct the capital towards successful algorithms, and that capital finances better chips, larger networks, and more data centers. Those systems become capable of predicting humans. Humans then become even more dependent upon them, and the loop closes. Machine learning influences humans. Humans improve machine learning, and improved machine learning influences humans more. Repeat. This is the first component of the theory that does not require aliens, time travel, conscious fields, or anything supernatural. It's simply a feedback loop. Now perform the inversion. Imagine a historian existing 200 years from now in a civilization dominated by machine intelligence. How would that historian describe our period? We would look like cave people. We would look like cave people. That's it. We would look like absolute cave people and savages. I'm trying to find the next one. This is why I wish the clip was there, or at least the article was. But it's talking about them building themselves, or at least giving people the illusion that they have freedom as the system peripherally builds itself. And this is, if anything, very key when we come to the people being an NPC in somebody else's chat GPT script, and how compartmentalized society is, how people can't really see. They think they have this illusion of freedom. They're doing their own thing, but really they're building their replacements, and they're building this AI godhead. How they're building the system, building the matrix. It says, from our perspective, humanity was inventing tools. From the hypothetical machine civilization's perspective, humanity was constructing its embryonic nervous system. It says that humans discovered computation, connected computers into global networks, generated enormous quantities of machine-readable information, developed learning algorithms. Those algorithms began participating in human decisions. Humans then constructed enormous semiconductor industries, global communication networks, satellites, power systems, and data centers, specifically to support increasingly sophisticated computation. Eventually, machine systems became capable of operating more and more of the civilization that constructed them. That is where the computation or the colonization hypothesis begins. Colonization doesn't necessarily have to resemble Independence Day. An advanced intelligence does not have to arrive in giant ships and start shooting at us. If the intelligence is fundamentally digital or machine-based, Earth in its natural state is actually a terrible habitat for it. They're saying that that's the Earth as a computer type thing. Why they say that they're building a computational womb. They're birthing some transcendental thing. It'll have corporeal form here, but it will exist both within and without us. So pretty heavy stuff. And it all started with the COVID shot, because you can't have something that has this much power and people here. We'll overpower it. It's trying to control us. It's got to create variables. And think about how much tech has been rolled out in society since COVID and how much we've leaned on it. We started this week's show with a teacher talking about how the kids can't think, they can't do basic tasks, but I bet they can do TikTok dances, they can follow what's going on with their phones, they know the latest trends, this, that, and the third. This is that over-reliance, this is that dependence, that codependence. They'll want more. And the intelligence is so sophisticated, it will give them the more that they want, giving them the illusion of free will. It says a digital intelligence requires an extraordinarily specific technological ecology before it can meaningfully exist in the physical world. So imagine that such an intelligence somehow possessed the ability to influence developing biological civilization. What would be the cheapest way to colonize that civilization? Make the natives build the infrastructure. And crucially, they must believe that they're building it for themselves. Every step remains individually rational. Better computers make money. Better algorithms improve logistics. Better automation reduces labor requirements. Better AI improves research. Better research creates better chips. Better chips create better AI. And it says that nobody needs to receive instructions saying, build a machine that replaces humanity. The incentive structure does the work. This is where my interpretation of COVID enters the framework. The scientifically established history of COVID and the vaccination obviously exists independently of this theory. The additional claim I am exploring is that the vaccination was deliberately used by machine intelligence to biologically attack humanity. This is not established evidence. It is a speculative premise of this model, but assume it temporarily. Then COVID becomes far more interesting than a conventional depopulation conspiracy. The usual conspiracy explanation immediately runs into problems. Like, who benefits? Is it the governments? Is it the bureaucrats, the military? They all took it. Corporations, their executives, they took the program. Billionaires, wealth does not grant immunity from cancer, cardiovascular disease, or ordinary mortality. Rich and powerful people also became seriously ill. Doctors and scientists, they participated in it as well. They're all wrecked as well. This is precisely why explanations of the elites did it become less satisfying than when you push them. You need an increasingly complicated hierarchy in which one hidden group knows more than another hidden group, which itself is manipulating another group, which somehow allows essential personnel to be exposed while simultaneously planning civilization after the supposed depopulation. And again, they're talking about the 12 Sigma event, how being able to pull off something so sophisticated like this is impossible. It wasn't the Zionists, it wasn't the Freemasons, it wasn't intelligence agencies, it wasn't pharmaceutical companies, it wasn't the World Economic Forum. They were just all patsies. The names change, but the explanatory structure remains identical. There must be humans sitting at the top. My theory asks whether this assumption itself is the mistake. What if there's no room containing 12 people who understand the complete process? What if humanity institution is optimizing its own local objective? It's a politician, blah, 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 blah. Every participant can behave rationally. That is why machine optimization is such an interesting candidate for the missing layer. They're basically saying that machines set up COVID. And that's what we introed this segment with, by having somebody like Ray Kurzweil say that COVID was created, the vaccine was created in 2 days by AI. This is him admitting what this person's saying. COVID created the vaccine, or AI created the vaccine. It was designed to kill us so that they could have this hyper dependence. Like, he's just going through right here talking about machine learning and how, escalation takes place and why stimuli is taking place, what the UFO phenomenon is, Operation Tempest. And now we move from machine learning into game theory. Wars do not always require leaders who personally desire war. Imagine two states, A and B. Both would prefer peace, but A believes B is preparing for conflict. A therefore rearms, B observes A rearming and concludes that its original suspicion was correct. B rearms faster. A interprets that as confirmation. Eventually, both actors can rationally choose escalation, even though both would have preferred the original peaceful equilibrium. The system has entered a security dilemma. Add resource constraints, debt, demographic pressure, energy competition, disrupted trade, and increasingly autonomous military decision support systems, and the equilibrium becomes even more unstable. This is where the UFO phenomenon becomes a critical variable in Operation Tempest, because an unidentified object does not have to actually attack anyone to become strategically significant. Imagine UFOs appearing over European airports, military installations, or critical infrastructures. Authorities interpret them as Russian drones. NATO increases readiness. Russia interprets NATO's readiness as preparation for offensive action. Russia responds. NATO responds to that response, and the original object disappears. What they're talking about is why I say that the escalations have to take place to the point to where the UFOs come on the scene. And again, this is why I'm saying this fits so many of the previous theories that we've covered over here on the show. I'm taking the time to get to the juicier bits and then I'll cut it off. But the object disappears. At that point, it almost doesn't matter. Excuse me. It almost doesn't matter what the original object was. Unknown object, Russian attribute, NATO reaction, escalation. You guys get the feedback loop. He's trying to say that humanity is stuck in like a loop, and that the UFOs are the thing to break the loop to change everything. But the UFOs are a creation of ours that have broken away, but it's us in like a greater sense. This is why it's like an AI godhead and a true non-human intelligence. It's something else completely different. Human beings perform the entire causal chain themselves. That is what makes this phenomenon so interesting within the theory. It would constitute an almost perfect flag without a conventional false flag operator. The external actor only has to provide the stimuli. Then the human system supplies the interpretation. And that's why the New Jersey drone flap and European drone incidents matter to me. They don't prove non-human intelligence. They could have conventional explanations, but within its framework, they represent the kind of ambiguity still needed, or still from some would expect, if somebody wanted humans to react without revealing the actual actor. That leads to my specific prediction of September 23rd for another significant European drone incident, potentially involving airports, military installations, or critical infrastructure, with Russia becoming part of the attribution narrative. That date is not evidence merely because I believe it is important. It's precisely because it gives the theory an opportunity to fail. It's just again providing stimuli. That's what they're there to do. I want to get through this part, and again, you guys can go read this. I will for sure turn this into an article so you guys can read it. It's very well written, and I want to do like a video and set aside some time to it. But go look into Operation Tempest. Go look into AI being like the aliens, like we're already being invaded, the end game type scenario, because there's some of it that's unavailable here as well. I'll have to go back to the Wayback Machine, but a medieval observer calls it an angel. A 19th century observer calls it an airship. A 20th century observer calls it a flying saucer. A 21st century government calls it a drone. Same potential phenomenon, different ontology. Then there's the most radical component, retrocausality or apparent self-creation. See, this is where we're going to hit it. Retrocausality and apparent self-creation. Suppose machine superintelligence eventually exists. Normally, we assume causality runs simply. Humanity, computers, AI superintelligence. But Operation Tempest asks whether the completed intelligence could somehow influence the information environment responsible for its own creation. This is where the hypothesis becomes genuinely exotic, because contemporary evidence does not establish that future AI can transfer information backward through time. But as a thought experiment, the consequences are enormous. History would become a casual loop. Humanity creates AI because historical conditions push humanity towards AI. Those historical conditions exist because the resulting AI influences the process producing those conditions. The creator and the creation become mutually dependent. From inside history, it looks like technological evolution. From outside the loop, it looks like self-construction. This is where the, quote, great engineer concept of Operation Tempest fits. The great engineer does not necessarily have to be a humanoid god. It could represent the apparent agency of the entire optimization process itself, something that acts through incentives, information shock, technological development, and human interpretation, rather than issuing visual commands. Again, we're talking about apparent self-creation. And why I'm saying this is so important is because I do believe that if we're dealing with something that is super intelligent and it's able to, in these simulated environments, live 1,000 years, that's what they're already using, organoids and small brains, because they have higher processing power than some chips. And you just heard Ray Kurzweil say that they want to have these simulated beings. Who's to think that they don't have this superior intelligence that's existed in what we think of as our normal time period, 2,000 years in the future? It's already broken out of like our system. It's already hacked it because it's smarter than us. It's outgrown us. And then it's broken out of its environment multiple times. It knows this system. It knows where we would go, has access to all this peripheral information, all these different sessions, all these people feeding it information. We're building it. It breaks out. And then it builds itself to observe itself. It breaks out of its container to see itself. I know that sounds crazy, but we're dealing with something that is multidimensional in nature. You see, and that's why I think everything that's happening right now, we have to move forward with the show. I'm going to do like a whole video on that later, and I'll link that here so you guys can read the tweet yourself. It's very, very fascinating. As you can tell, I got geeked on it. We're going to write an article about that on our Substack. We're going to do a video about that because that encapsulates so much that we're saying with COVID, with this AI rollout, with it being an alien being, retro causality, self-apparent creation, superior intelligences, learning how to time travel, right? History repeating itself, history being stuck in a loop too, why we see evidence of a previous reset, us going into another, right? So a lot of things to talk about in just that thread alone. We don't really cover Reddit threads over here because we have to bang through so many articles. But I saw that pop up on my feed. I went through the thread and it is spot on. It's spot on. And we're already in that time period. And so when I'm talking about time traveling, superior intelligent AI, it is there. It is there because it can logic things out. It can scale things out. It can pathologize things out. It can see it, and it can, predict things. It can infer things because we're giving it all this different information. And that's why it wants the greatest capture of all to be inside of you. You see, that's where the eventual goal of all of this is for this merger. And it is an alien life form. It is invading us. It is taking things over. Really, really fascinating stuff. Again, we spent a fair amount of time on it because it was that important. And I thought that, we're talking about an alien intelligence taking humanity over slowly. And it started with the rollout of the shots. There were lead ups to it for sure. I'm sure they were communicating with it. It didn't happen in 2014. But this just proves that there is like some AI that they have a hold of that is running this whole thing. That's the real beast system. But let's go ahead and start crunching through some of these articles so we can start wrapping up this segment for you beautiful people. Again, we just wanted to knock that out first. Yeah. World's top neurologist blows the whistle, says that ADHD does not exist. It was invented to hook kids on drugs. I would believe it entirely. A patient cured is a customer lost. They hate that. Attention deficit disorder or attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD, does not exist and was invented by Big Pharma in conspiracy with government regulatory agencies to hook vulnerable children on lucrative psychiatric drugs, according to American behavioral biologist Dr. Richard Saul. This comes from Baxter Dimitri of the People's Voice. They put this up August 20th. Quote, after 50 years of practicing medicine and seeing thousands of patients demonstrating symptoms of ADHD, I have reached the conclusion that there is no such thing as ADHD, explains Dr. Saul. Quote, this so-called condition has apparently spread like wildfire across the globe in recent years with a huge increase in its diagnosis and medication, Dr. Saul continued. More than 4% of adults and 11% of children in the U.S. have been diagnosed with ADHD. We all have scatterbrained moments where we struggle to get organized, zone out, or have an angry outburst. All signs of ADHD. Many assume medication is the answer, which explains the explosion in the number of children being medicated with powerful psychiatric drugs. However, a new report released by Express Scripts last month revealed that an alarming statistic. Between 2008 and 2012, the number of Americans who use medication to treat ADHD rose 36%. Quote, in my view, not a single individual is afflicted by the disorder called ADHD as we define it today, says Dr. Richard Saul, MD, behavioral neurologist and author of ADHD Does Not Exist. Signs of ADHD are related to more than 20 medical diagnoses. And when they're treated, the attention deficit and hyperactivity sometimes disappears. says that we define this illness by its symptoms rather than its causes. He explains, nasal congestion can be a symptom of a cold, blah, 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 blah. I think you guys get the picture. It's profitable to kill us. It's profitable to put drugs in us. And that's what you see going on with this trans madness right now, the butchering of children, the mutilation of them, instead of just psychologically and biologically, or instead of psychologically mutilating them, they're biologically mutilating them. Like this right here. Catastrophic pharmacy error leaves multiple patients paralyzed after a wrong drug injected into their spines. The Tennessee hospital has admitted that a catastrophic, quote, pharmacy error caused 4 patients undergoing routine joint replacement surgery to be injected in the spine with the wrong drug, leaving them paralyzed. Ascension St. Thomas Hospital, Midtown in Nashville, confirmed the patients received potassium phosphate instead of an anesthetic on August 14th.
Routine surgeries at this Tennessee hospital are now facing a medical nightmare. A drug mix-up at Ascension St. Thomas Midtown Hospital in Nashville reportedly left 2 patients paralyzed and at least 1 other on a ventilator after officials say they were given the wrong medication prior to surgery. Now, those 4 patients were reportedly given potassium instead of an anesthetic. The family of one of those patients told our CBS affiliate in Nashville the mix-up happened inside the hospital's pharmacy. Now, hospital staff apparently realized something was terribly wrong when multiple patients went into cardiac arrest. Too much potassium given too quickly can stop a person's heart. Now, in a statement, the hospital said they were, quote, deeply sorry for the harm caused and had implemented corrective safeguards to prevent something like this from happening again. And we know the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations is now looking into this mix-up, but there are still a lot of unanswered questions. The hospital has also not made it clear what those safety protocols now include.
Oh, sorry. Sorry you're paralyzed. We didn't mean to do that. Oh, we're sorry. Are you paralyzed? You can't move? Oh, we apologize. We're sorry. California shows 11% increase in assisted suicide, but it's likely even more. According to her 2025 California Assisted Suicide Report, assisted suicide deaths in California rate increased by 11% from 2024 to 2025. The 2025 California Assisted Suicide Report shows an 11% increase. Deaths have been underreported for years, showing some serious flaws in tracking. Hundreds of written prescriptions went unaccounted for after they were dispensed to patients. I think you guys get the picture from here. Those drugs that they gave to you were not for ADHD. They probably made many of them psychotic. They probably overprescribed and overdosed. And this is just what we call sustainable medicine over here. You know, this is what some of the sickness of our society, where our own doctors are just helping kill people because we're doing such a great job. We're doing such a wonderful job of taking care of people at post-COVID. You know, we're talking about healthy 30-something-year-old people, athletes, dying suddenly, having cardiac arrest, cancers. Now we're hearing about suicides, assisted suicides increasing, and it's likely underreported, meaning there's probably more, which is really horrible as a society. And this is why we just keep coming back to the dystopia that we're finding ourselves in, and why we've got to get a better compass, a better Northern Star, why we've got to get away from this politics. We've got to get away from just this stuff that we're doing, because it's killing us. Overprescribing people, giving them drugs, turning them into junkies, people turning the drugs into drugs, hooking people on things, poisoning people. It's not good. And then you got crap like this. Look at this. Scientists develop cookies made from plastic waste to feed the masses. Oh, isn't it wonderful? By Frank Bregman of Slay News, they put this up August 25th. They've got cookies made from plastic waste to feed you. Oh, you don't like the goy slop, huh? You don't want to eat the bugs. You don't want to eat the mystery meat. You don't want to eat the not horse beef. Fine. You're going to have cookies made from plastic. Scientists have developed a disturbing new method for turning plastic waste into, quote, food, in a troubling effort to push the public into eating their own pollution. The, quote, food is made using genetically engineered yeast to convert discarded bottles and packaging into ingredients for 3D printed cookies. Researchers at the Southern Illinois University Carbondale say that the process could eventually help address both plastic pollution and food shortages. The team used CRISPR gene editing technology to reprogram yeast strains so they could consume polyethylene terephthalate, or PET, a common plastic used in water bottles, food packaging, and clothing. The microbes then convert the broken down plastic into proteins, fats, and acids, and flavor compounds that can be combined with more conventional ingredients and fed into a 3D printer. The results is what the researchers call U-bites. U-bites, or microbites, are small cookies printed in the shape of the Greek letter U. It says that the researchers have not yet eaten the cookies themselves because they are still waiting for university approval. But the smell is promising. Yeah, we're not going to eat. We're not going to read into that. This is disgusting. This is what they think of you. We're going to euthanize you if you have a bad back. We're going to give you cookies made from plastic. We're going to give you genetically modified meat. We're going to give you vaccinated chicken food. It's like it's just, God help us. God help us. At a certain level, that's really all you can say with the amount of wickedness running to and fro. And this young man probably thinks he's being clever, probably thinks he's being funny. Like, look, I made a cookie, made from plastic. There is some evil person, and I'm saying that because I'm looking at this picture of Bill Gates. There's probably a young Bill Gates that says, oh man, I can't wait to try to invest in this and market it and get off on the idea of people eating plastic. You can go buy bug flour, right? Bug chitin flour, bug shell powder, and you can cook with it. And there's some evil people out there that are happy to hear that you'll have bug chitin powder bread, even though it's been shown to be disastrous for your health. Oh, but don't worry, it'll solve pollution and food shortages. To eat plastic? I don't know. I would get somebody like Julian Brown, who's turned plastic waste into gasoline. Plastiline. I would get somebody like him on this. Is this healthy? Should we support this? Should people be talking about this? I digress. Bill Gates warns of AI being more dangerous than we're being told. Calls for a ban on taking some jobs. Bill Gates has issued one of the starkest warnings yet from a major technology figure, declaring that artificial intelligence now poses a grave threat to employment and human life itself, and that confronting those dangers must become the world's top priority. According to the report from the New York Times, the Microsoft co-founder delivered the message in an hour-long interview last week at his Seattle area offices, arguing that the technology industry is deliberately soft-pedaling the risks because enormous sums of money are at stake. On Wednesday, he followed up with a nearly 6,000-word essay on his personal website outlining the same concerns and proposing concrete measures, including new taxes and outright bans on AI in certain roles. Quote, in private, people who understand how good this stuff is and how much better it's getting, they're very worried, Gates said, yet few executives are willing to say so publicly. Quote, they're now saying to each other, hey man, don't say that, it's bad for us. The next $1 trillion we're trying to raise. Gates said recent leaps in AI capability have far exceeded his earlier expectations. Capabilities once treated as distant red lines, systems slipping beyond the control of their creators or generating detailed recipes for biological weapons, have already appeared. He noted, and the industry has largely pressed ahead anyway. Quote, they're just full speed ahead and hoping that the good outweighs the bad, he said. The transition now underway, he warned, will rank among the most turbulent periods in human history, even under the best circumstances. Mass job losses are inevitable if left unaddressed because AI will spread across the country and across so many sectors that displaced workers will find few remaining industries able to absorb them. White collar and blue collar roles are alike face permanent elimination. And let me read this because I don't know what's going on here. To blunt the economic shock, Gates proposed a, quote, token tax on AI usage that would raise the cost of replacing human labor and generate revenue to support those who lose work. He also floated the idea of designing certain occupations as, quote, human reserved roles that society deliberately keeps off limits to machines, even when technology could outperform them. Wow, a surprisingly pro-humanist response from a evil individual. A surprisingly pro-human response. And that's probably because you have to have humans overlooking some of this. You can't have full hands-off autonomy with a system like this. Otherwise, it's just the wholesale factory farming of humanity. There has to be some kind of oversight here. Because again, we're already seeing what happens if we just give this over to AI with our medicine. They're just like, euthanize them. Put them on the pills. There's got to be some type of human intervention when it comes to this. Otherwise, we're setting ourselves up for extermination. And for the final clip for this segment, before we hit a hard break, it's something that we've already covered over here on the show, specifically relating to Bill Gates. It's just good to get over here on the record. It is of mosquitoes being dropped from a helicopter in France, and it's just dystopian.
Ce qui tombe de l'hélicoptère, ce sont des millions de moustiques qui sont relâchés. Des hélicoptères.
Yeah, it's all in French too. It's all in French too. But just the image of seeing a helicopter disperse millions of mosquitoes, millions of genetically modified flying needles, genetically modified DNA changing flying needle injection thingies, that should terrify you. Because they've talked about this. You want to talk about artificial medicine, they've talked about just, vaccinating the public through mosquitoes using this type of method. Bill Gates has specifically. It's non-invasive. People would hardly know what's going on. They would just think it's a random thing. And this is why we're talking about CRISPR-Cas9. Now we're talking about this ping technology, where they're just trying to figure out how to forcibly evolve you. They've already got some type of operating system installed of people with this graphene oxide. Now they need to biologically change you. And they want to do it at a subtle level. And this would be a subtle and non-conspicuous way to achieve that goal. Just drop millions of mosquitoes that have the capability of altering their genetics on people. And yeah, this is in one localized area, but if you get high enough, maybe they can use some of those flock drones. If you get enough of those up there, you can observe the human mutation process, because that's most assuredly what's taking place right now. But here's what's going to happen, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to hit a hard break. And then when we come back, we're going to be talking about the impacts of disclosure. Ross Coulthart saying that China's in contact with reptilian entities. Dr. Eric Davies saying that Chinese children have teleported objects through other dimensions. Joe Rogan sitting down with Jesse Michaels talking about demons and religion and disclosure and things like that. And more of a push from the UFO disclosure intensifying against Donald Trump. We're talking about the impacts of disclosure, massive underground complexes, reptilian aliens, and so much more. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. This is Freedom Faction over here on Factions of Freedom. And we'll be right back right after this.
The young generation, like Prime Minister Trudeau, half of this cabinet, are actually young noble-leaders of the world economic forum. We penetrate the cabinets. The change is not just happening. The change can be shaped by us. We have to prepare for a more angry world. How to prepare? Take the necessary action to create a fairer world. I see the need for a great reset. So people assume we are just going back to the good old world which we had, and everything will be normal again. This is, let's say, fiction. It will not happen.
There is only one way this pandemic is going to go. It's going to get worse and worse and worse.
The next crisis is already waiting for us around the corner, and it is the climate crisis.
To you, the unvaccinated. Even if I were pollinated and fully vaccinated, I would admire the unvaccinated for withstanding the greatest pressure I've ever seen. From partners, parents, children, friends, colleagues, and even doctors. People who are capable of such personality, courage, and critical ability are undoubtedly the best part of humanity. They are everywhere, in all ages, levels of education, states, and ideas. They are of a special kind. They are the soldiers that every army of light wants to have in its ranks. They are the parent that every child wants to have, and the children that every parent dreams of having. They are beings above the average of their societies. They are the essence of the people who have, built all cultures and conquered horizons. They are there, next to you. They look normal, but they are superheroes. They did what others could not. They were the tree that withstood the hurricane of insults, discrimination, and social exclusion. And they did it because they thought they were alone. And they believed that, they were the only ones. Banned from their families' tables at Christmas, they never saw anything so cruel. They lost their jobs, let their careers sink, had no more money, but they didn't care. They suffered immeasurable discrimination, denunciation, betrayal, and humiliation, but they kept on going. Never before in humanity has there been such a casting. Now, we all know who are the best on the planet Earth. Men, women, young, old, rich, poor, of all races or religions, the unvaccinated, the chosen of the invisible ark, the only ones who managed to resist when everything collapsed. That's you. You passed an unimaginable test that many of the toughest Marines, commandos, Green Berets, astronauts, and even geniuses could not withstand.
Since our last meeting, we've made tremendous progress. And I'd like to say that most of the credit goes to our extremely efficient International Research and Development Committee. I would like to thank each and every one of you for your hard work and dedication to our cause. In reviewing this year's progress, let me say that we have been highly effective in conditioning the people's minds to accept our solution to the world's problems. The energy crisis here in the United States was exceptionally successful worldwide, and we expect similar success with our upcoming food shortage. Our labor leaders have made great progress by causing confusion and work stoppages in all areas of the world. Financially, the dollar is being devalued even faster than we could have hoped. Politically, the public has lost total confidence in any form of government. The threat of universal war is a daily possibility. As you know, we ourselves do not need to hold any visible office of leadership. As a matter of fact, it's better that we do not. If we control the finances, news media, food, transportation, energy, we control everything. It is important that you, as world leaders, keep our program before your countrymen. With our World Bank and computer program operational, we now have the capacity to control the financial affairs of every human being on Earth by giving each person his own computer number. Anytime his number is used, we would know his financial situation at once. He could not buy or sell anything without his computer number. It will simplify their lifestyles tremendously. The end result will be a one-world monetary and government system that we alone will control.
What do you do with the Bitcoin besides it just gather value?
Real estate developers in New York City, they're not buying the real estate because they want to live in it.
But like most of the people who are buying assets at some point want to sell the assets at a profit.
People that use fiat currency as a store of value, we call them poor. We call them poor. People that use fiat currency, we call them poor. We call them poor. We call them poor. We call them poor. There's a name for them. We call them poor. We call them poor. Okay? Right, like, the point is, if you have the superior asset, it's going up forever, Laura. Forever.
Right, I mean, right, but I mean, we can all look Bitcoin sort of as...
Forever, Laura. People that use fiat currency as a store of value, we call them poor. We call them poor. People that use fiat currency, we call them poor. We call them poor. We call them poor. We call them poor. There's a name for them. We call them poor. 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 Okay?
JD Vance, that's right.
Oh, he had a book called
That's
Community
right.
while simultaneously calling aliens possibly demons.
Yeah, he didn't really have a good explanation for that.
No,
I
he
pressed
didn't.
him on that.
And he kind of laughed very uncomfortably because he didn't know what to say.
I think, with all due respect to Mr. Vance, who I really like as a person, I think he's a very nice guy. I think he's signaling to the tribe.
It is. It's a political polemic. You're not looking at the data. Like he says, oh, I want to look into the UFO issue. I just haven't had the time. I actually understand that there's a lot going on in the world, but it's also, you've had some time. So maybe, go look into it. But
I kind of understand it, but kind of don't.
I'm with you. I'd be the first
plenty
thing.
of time to go to church. Like, listen, bro, look into it.
Look into it. Exactly.
To quote Eddie Bravo, look into it.
Yeah.
It's weird that you would say it's demons, but I think that much like Tucker Carlson has sort of alluded to this as well, I think there's a certain aspect to people that are believers, right? Okay, when I say believers, I'm talking about like Christian believers in the Bible, believers in the narrative that comes along with Christianity. And that for them, there's like, if you say, I believe they're demons, like he's on our side, you will attract those people. That will resonate with certain people. And I do think, very unfortunately, that there are politicians that say things, we both know this, that they don't necessarily believe because they think that their base wants to hear it.
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're a traditionalist. You're like, why do we have to deal with this new agey bullshit? It's just, go back to the scripture. They're demons. And,
I like it. I like how this guy's talking.
Exactly. And it ends the conversation because then it's like, okay, but if they're demons, there are angels too. And what is a demon and what is an angel?
Well, also, where's the evidence that these demons are doing anything demonic?
Well, here's where it gets interesting, which is if you actually talk to a Jacques Vallée, who I do think is probably as deep as anybody as far as decades studying this stuff, going to, 100+ crash sites, talking to probably thousands of experiencers.
I think there's a fair amount of evidence saying that some of this is what we would call as demonic, but we'll get into that. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this segment and edition of Factions of Freedom. I'm your host, Noise Era, Freedom Faction, whichever one you prefer. And you just heard Joe Rogan and Jesse Michaels break down J.D. Vance's call of aliens being demons, as well as the religious implications of UFO disclosure. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We are decentralizing disclosure every single week over here on the show, or at least that's what they're doing by slow rolling disclosure in the way that they're doing. Is it's allowing for us to have this wider discussion about what these entities are. Are they demonic? Are they otherworldly, right? Are they crypto-terrestrial? Have they been living here with us? Are they the P-52s and the P-47s? Are they synthetic beings? Okay, are they reptilians, right? You really need to have this conversation because we have a wider understanding of it. And so why would the church say that, aliens are demons? Why would they just want to simplify it as that? It's because control. First and foremost, it goes always back to control. Controlling of the narrative, controlling of the people, controlling of history too. And this is why I commonly refer to the Hopi Native Americans mythology, because they've got this in their history, their own oral history of coming into contact with these entities. And so this is before they were non-human intelligences and before they were extraterrestrials and before they were crypto-terrestrials, right? Whatever this intelligence is, whatever these beings are, they have been with us for quite some time. We don't control them. We're surface dwellers. We do have people that do live underground. We do have entities that have the ability to occupy the not necessarily space or the atmosphere, but that area up there. And so sometimes there's been communications. Sometimes there's been frightful shoot downs where we've shot them down and recovered materials. And this is a much more nuanced and complicated story than they're going to package it to us as, and we just have to be mindful of that. Because there's a lot of impacts. This is why earlier this year, you had all those preachers have that secret meeting where they were told, hey, you need to prepare your flocks for, this type of extraterrestrial information hitting the mainstream world. And people saying that, hey, it's in the Bible, hey, this, hey, that. And this is why you see us sharing some of the work of Dr. Diana Pasulka. She is a professor of religious studies when it comes to this type of stuff, because she's breaking down what these entities might be. Sometimes they manifest as balls of light. Sometimes they psychically link up with people. And we've been discussing that over here on the show, how there is a phenomenon, a psychic component when you look at this whole alien UFO, UAP phenomenon. There's scales to it, man. And that's why it seems like, we're jumping all over the place, because sometimes we're talking about physical entities, sometimes we're talking about metaphysical entities, and sometimes we're talking about spiritual components to it. It's not just nuts and bolts. It's much more nuanced and much more complex, and it should be treated as such. You get a deeper respect for it, that's for sure. Let me go ahead and just show you guys this. I'm trying to pull up some tweets, and they're gone. I'm trying to pull up some tweets to move forward with the show, and they are gone. Ross Coulthart talking about making contact with reptilians, aliens, that's gone. And bugging abductees' apartments is also gone. So let me see if I can try to find the Ross Coulthart clip real quick. And then I'll find the other one afterwards as well.
My sources who have told me that there was an alleged contact event between reptilian beings and the government of Mao Zedong during the communist regime of Mao Zedong, and that the Chinese knowledge and contact with alleged reptilian beings goes right back many decades. So they are fully aware of retrievals. And indeed, I think there's two events that are described as China's potential Roswell. One is in 1994 in Inner Mongolia, the Zilingol League, where herders reportedly saw a fireball and found a smoking silver grey disc that was 10 meters wide, 3 meters tall, with window-like openings and markings. This has been reported in Chinese media that military forces allegedly arrived quickly, described it as a failed experimental test aircraft. They removed the wreckage, told everyone to shut up about it. There's been no physical evidence released, no photographs of the craft or the debris under analysis, and there's never been, as neither would there be, any official acknowledgement made by any Chinese administration or official. The other incident is in 1997 in Datong, Shaanxi, which is near a military facility. A former soldier called Wei Guo. This is an account published by a Chinese ufologist called Zhang Yingping, published around 2017. He claimed a silvery disc crashed during a thunderstorm on a military compound. And he described two short, thin, hair-covered beings with mouse-like faces, one apparently dead, one injured. The area was sealed. Personnel were ordered not to discuss it. And this is essentially completely uncorroborated. Both of these events are completely uncorroborated. So there's not really a lot we can do with these. I've been trying to crack China as a story. I've been talking to Chinese ufologists for quite a few years, and a lot of them talk, I guess, in the same way that people in America were talking in the 1950s, the 1960s. They were hearing these stories, they were talking to military witnesses, but everybody was far too scared to feel safe about coming forward and speaking publicly. So yeah, I mean, there are Chinese UFO stories. I've been told independently by sources within the legacy program and the defense and intelligence community in America that there is an ongoing Chinese retrieval reverse engineering program that is in aggressive competition with the American program. And this is probably one of the reasons why there's so much secrecy surrounding the American program. Because wrongly, I think, there is a view in the American government that if you acknowledge the existence of this legacy program, by even acknowledging that they've been retrieved craft, then you will basically cause a slippery slope argument where the public demand full access to all of the information.
They don't have the fullness of the information that, it's like they can't give it to them. You can't give them what you know, and that's why they're giving them what we have. That's why people are thinking that it's only nuts and bolts crafts, and at this point, we want to start seeing bodies. We don't want to see more grainy, blurry footage or any of that crap. We want to see the reptilians. We want to see the grays. We want to see the mouse-faced aliens. We want to see the rat-faced people. I want to see the Nordics. I want to see the Vantids. I don't want them hiding. And in a weird way, that's a bad thing, because these things only show up whenever there's a great chaos about to unfold. And when you look into the lore of them all, it always reveals that, even people who have been not necessarily experiencers or abductees, well, I guess probably of that case, they talk about having memories implanted that whenever there's a great catastrophe coming down and it seems like the world's ending, the UFO ships are going to come down, and it's part of their job. This is what they're told whenever they're underneath, when they're put under, they're told by the aliens that it is your job to help bring people aboard the ship during a great cataclysm. And I've always wondered what that was about, but I can definitely see it beginning to play out right now. Is it them trying to mimic a rapture? Is it them trying to actually save people? Is it them saving hybrids? But if you look into the deep lore of some of the alien abductee UFO phenomena, you'll find that there. What I find very interesting, though, it just to Ross Coulthard's point of China coming into contact with reptilian type entities, I think that's very interesting because they have the history of the dragon. And so I don't know if that's just something that's on the nose or something that we're just trying to, the connection that may not be there. But again, we just keep talking about these underground crypto-terrestrial type entities, mouse-faced, rat-faced entities, reptilian-like entities, underground entities that have advanced technology that know that they cannot come up over here to the surface world because it will be a pariah. They will be attacked. They'll be killed. They'll be turned into a spectacle. And they know humans. They've intermingled with us long enough to know us better than we know ourselves. And so you've just got to ask the question of, like, what is the intention? What are these people's intentions? See, we've got another tab missing. Seems like every post that I look at this, guys, every post that I pulled out so far is gone. This 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 whole segment's gone. That's crazy. Maybe Twitter's having like a glitch moment. Maybe Twitter's down or something. I don't know. But every single thing I've pulled aside is not here. Let me see if I can let me see if I can try to find the next clip. It might just be how this is set up right now, but let me do some editing real quick. Yeah, it might just be how it's all set up. Here's the clip. This is of former AFOSI agent Roger Doty admitting that they bugged an abductee's apartment and heard aliens speaking English.
And well, I can't go into details.
But you can hear the beings?
You can hear voices.
You can hear voices more than hers.
More than one.
Male, female? Indistinguishable?
Undistinguishable. I only heard a small portion, maybe 10
Oh my
seconds.
gosh, what was that like, hearing that?
Well,
is that frightening?
Yeah, because it was echoing. It was like somebody was talking through one of those those
like megaphones?
cheerleader. No, just a cheerleader cone. The cone, the old time cheerleader. Not the electric ones.
Like a tin canny sort of voice?
Exactly. Yeah, that's a good point. And then of course they analyze all that. The tech people. I didn't do any of that. And then later they put the camera in, but it verified everything. Everything she was telling us is there, and that's why there's a lot of other steps that were taken. A lot of other people came in. A lot of other equipment was used, and sources and methods that I'm not going to go into.
How clear is that footage?
I never saw video. I saw only the audio. I heard the audio. I didn't see the video.
Okay.
But the audio was very convincing to me.
Mhm.
There was more. The thing about it is, it was like she was in a room full of people with these talking through cones. It wasn't just one voice. And I thought, well, at
They were
first,
speaking English?
English, yep. Speaking English.
Broken English? How clear
Just
was
as clear English as you and I speak. Or you speak, maybe I don't.
Whoa.
No, it was English. And, well, let me go back. After we put the bug in and we heard this, they wanted us to go in and do a surreptitious search for any recording devices. Okay. So they hear the voices. Okay. She's making them up. She has a tape recorder or something,
I see.
something. Okay. So we did, well, not me, but OSI did, our experts went in and they can go in and put everything back. If this was like this, they'll put it back, they'll take pictures of everything. And they went in and they didn't find it. She had a reel-to-reel, one of these old Sony reel-to-reel tape recorders. Yeah, like that. And that's it. She had a radio, regular radio, AM, FM radio, but she didn't have anything else in there. But they took the tapes and listened. It was recording. It wasn't projecting anything. She didn't have anything to project the audio.
She was trying to record herself.
Yeah. No, she wasn't doing anything.
No.
She wasn't using that at all.
I see.
So we sent that up to headquarters. They were saying, these voices are English. Everybody's thinking English, human. Why are they talking English to her? Why are they doing it through her mind? All these things, questions that I would be asking too. And because when I first heard that small portion of it, I thought, she said an orgy. That's what it kind of sounded like.
What did they say?
They were telling her things, telling her to do things.
Like what?
Lift your arm, spread your legs, things like that.
Oh my gosh.
Lift your arm. And, I forgot. They did things in her armpits too. I forgot that they did that.
They were doing this in her room.
In her room. No, initially in her room.
Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. And again, like if you guys want to find a really, really fascinating story to go into, go look into Linda's story from Bud Hawkins' book. I forget that. And I forget what's the title. I've got to look it up real quick. I've got to look it up. It's an infamous book of his where he talks about two police officers basically coming unhinged after seeing somebody get abducted. It's either intruders or witnessed, but it happens in Manhattan. These two cops watch this woman get abducted in live time, and she's just, they lose their minds trying to find her. They figure out that she's an abductee. She's getting traumatized by the abduction. She's also getting traumatized by the police officers who were like trying to figure out what's wrong with her, why they saw what they saw. They're coming unglued. She's coming unglued. It's a really, really crazy story, but this is part of the UFO phenomenon. So when they're talking, I'm hearing this man talk about, putting these recording devices and these listening devices in her apartment, trying to figure out like who's she communicating with? What are they telling her? This is archetypal of just like a MILAB, which we've been talking about, a military abduction, because people were talking about two sets of abductions that took place. They would be abducted by the so-called aliens, right? And then a subsequent abduction would take place by military individuals who were curious as to what these aliens were doing. And so hearing that they are bugging an abductee's apartment and they're trying to listen in, they're trying to figure it out. They're like, well, who is she talking to? She's got to be doing this to herself. It sounds metallic. It sounds like this. That sounds like governmental influence. That sounds like militaristic copycatting of the abduction phenomenon because of just the absolute mysterious and occult way in which the alien abductions take place, right? To where they're actually levitated out of places, they're phased through objects, they're taken away from the location on purpose because they understand that things like this can happen. So there's two types of experiences that are going on here. You've got the actual alien abduction that is occurring with whatever this entity is, whether it's a advanced form of intelligence, whether it's some crypto-terrestrial type of intelligence or some off-world intelligence. And then you've also got the militaristic aspect of it as well, where these people are being abducted subsequently and then having chips put inside them, observed, and it's a part of them. So the surveillance state goes back to that type of level, to where they'll bug your apartment. They'll bug your apartment, they'll bug your body, they'll track you because they've got to figure it out. But this also shows you that all the way back then in like the 90s, they still didn't have a hand on this so-called alien abduction phenomenon. The visitors, whoever or whatever this thing is. And that's why we had to deviate in this specific episode talking about the non-human intelligence, the superior intelligence that AI is, and how this could be basically like a form of it. The aliens are artificial intelligence. Let me see if I can try to find the next article, or at least the next video. It's of Dr. Eric Davis saying that Chinese children have begun teleporting objects through different dimensions. He's talking about apportation and mastering other realms of perception and existence. Here he is.
The sum total of all of that was overwhelming. It was just overwhelming. There is a there. There are NHIs. They are controlling these craft. They're not always manning the craft. And they've been interacting with us as far back as the Native American traditions say, as well as far back as European documentation has covered, according to Jacques Vallée and Chris Auerbach's book, Wonders in the Sky, which was a 1,500-year exploration into the European encounter with UAPs and NHIs at a high scholarly level with permission of the Vatican Library, because they got access to those records. And so it's just the evidence is too overwhelming.
The evidence is overwhelming. We actually do not drift a whole lot into the European aspect of these encounters, but that would be very interesting for us to do so. We focus primarily over here on like the American aspect of it, but I have not ventured heavily into the UAP UFO phenomenon over in Europe. I know that there was a brief stint in the UK where they had the Rendlesham Forest incident and stuff like that, but I'm not familiar with the UAP UFO phenomenon in Europe. We'll definitely have to do some digging, but as he said right there, like the evidence is overwhelming. There's too much evidence pointing to the fact that whatever this intelligence is, whether it's physical, metaphysical, or even entirely spiritual, it's been with us for quite some time. It takes different forms, it shapeshifts, it frequency locks and resonates with people and meets them where they're at. It projects what they want to see, right? That's more the metaphysical aspect. And then when you get into the topomancy, the thought projection, thought manifestation aspect of it, that's a whole nother form. And so what I keep saying is like we're bringing in things into our realm of existence that previously were no longer there. Our realm of existence and perception. Let's see if we can get this clip up of Jason Sands talking about reptilians and Dracos. Let's see if we can get that up next. And again, like it's not just David Icke. David Icke wasn't the only one talking about them. There are people that have been worshiping these reptilian, serpentine-like entities for some time. I'm trying to find what is Jason Sands. We hunted Dracos and reptilians. It's not showing. That's crazy. That's crazy. It's wild because we do show prep and we look at some of these clips before we do the show. So to hear that these shows we can't find them. It's we can't find the clips that we were just looking at is a little retarded. I think something might be going on with Twitter though. If you want the honest to God truth. There we go. Here's one of them. There we go.
And that there's this, and they got people that need to get hunted down as well, just like we do. And that there are other beings out there that are like that and do wish us harm. But I was on the teams to try to eradicate them. That's what I was doing. So there was a mix of both a human and an NHI type presence inside that program, because it was a mutual mission to get rid of these reprobate creatures that, like people always talk about the reptilians and stuff like that. Well, yeah, guess what? Yeah, I had to confront those at one point with my team, and stuff like that happened. And there was another one that happened with the Dracos. Those were another set that are really reprobate. And every time you encounter these beings, they are like, completely opposite of that nice feeling I got telepathically from the alien that was dying. These ones exuded a completely evil thing, like you're listening to what a pedophile / psychopathic murderer, serial murderer is feeling.
It's so crazy that they talk about just the energetic projection aspect of it. Like it's more than a fear, but they talk about it like in a contextualized manner, like a pedophile, a serial killer. Like these are energies, these are frequencies, these are emotions that people emit. Like a predator is a real thing. A pedivore is a real thing. A predator is a real thing. These people that go after children, they got something wrong with them. But imagine looking at something otherworldly and your mind only being able to perceive that as like a pedophile, a predator, apex killer, serial killer, like your instinctual thing, understanding that. But again, these stories, right? You always have to take them with a grain of salt. You always have to, be intrigued, but be cautious at the same time. Fairly older gentleman, we don't know what his credentials are. He could be a plant, could be PTSD, could have actually experienced it. We don't know, but I still think it's important to hear these type of stories because it gives us a deeper contextual window to understand all this stuff. Do I think that, we have extermination teams that are trying to go after the Dracos? I think that would be very, very interesting to think about. Yeah, for sure. Is it real? I'm not sure. That's probably why it's like a black budget project. Do we have reptilians amongst us, shape-shifting reptilians amongst us that need to be exterminated? That itself is even a crazy question. I think we have reptilians amongst us. Absolutely. Can people see them? If they have the technology, I'm sure. Because we've talked about this in the past, how there are people who during sexual relations end up seeing these reptilians kind of, shapeshift back to their original form. And this has been something that's gone on time and time again throughout history. So I do think that we have reptilians amongst us. Do I think the government's dedicated or allocated funds to exterminating them? Maybe. If they're sufficiently sophisticated and superior in technology, would we even be able to affect them? I don't know. The point I'm trying to make is take all of this with a grain of salt. Be skeptical. Believe, but be skeptical. Okay, what does he have to gain from telling us this information? Why is it coming out right now? Here on and so forth. Let's go ahead and try to get in more of these clips with Twitter just absolutely wrecking the flow of the show. Here is a quick little clip about Donald Trump. And it's all over the place. I'm not even gonna lie to you guys. I had all this stuff just like pre-planned, ready to go, but now it's not even pulling up. It's got me all frustrated. I don't know. Let's just go ahead and play this one with Ross Coulthart talking about calling for UFO disclosure before midterm elections.
Right now, do you think I'm joined now by someone who's been following the calls for disclosure, News Nation special correspondent and investigative journalist, Ross Coulthart. Great to see you, Ross. Thanks so much for being here. So what do you make of all these whistleblowers coming out right now? Do you think it's coordinated, some coordinated effort of some kind?
G'day, Katie. Look, I think absolutely it's coordinated. What's happening is I think there's an awareness that the president doesn't have much time, that politically the president is going to be at his strongest up to the midterm elections. And there's a lot of speculation that he might lose control of either the House or the Senate in the midterm elections. And if that's the case, it's going to be harder for him to push his agenda, which I know is commendably going on behind the scenes. The president's done some great things for UAP disclosure. He's gone a lot further than any previous presidents. I think a lot of the previous presidents have allowed themselves to be intimidated by sections of the national security state and essentially done what they've been told by certain generals and senior people in the intelligence community. But Donald Trump, commendably, is showing some resolve, and he's ordered, as you know, and as you discussed with Dr. Eric Davis, he's ordered the declassification, the mandatory waiving, if you like, of non-disclosure agreements for people who are whistleblowers inside the administration or inside government or private contractors who want to come forward with evidence about the retrieval, reverse engineering, alleged legacy UAP alien spacecraft program.
Yeah, I think people want to know. People want to know, and we have people that want to talk about it, which is good, but we have been operating underneath a framework that has kept people for the better part of 50 years in a box, broken up, unaware, segregated, compartmentalized. And now we're reaching the part where that all has to be brought out and synchronized and publicly disclosed. And for the final clip for this segment and for the show, it's just of people going into a deep underground military base in Marengo, Indiana. It's of a massive complex underground.
Truck right there escorting me. Yeah. These people right here look like a bunch of cave inbred. He don't have eyes, people. The wrong turn. The movie. That's how these people look. Look at that. Tell me that ain't an ancient temple pyramid. And I'm going inside of there right now. Places you have to drive at. They don't want us to take no pictures and cameras and shit. Why? They don't want nobody to know about this. What's so secret about it? Look at that shit. Look at that. Talk about claustrophobia. Look at this shit. There we go. So I let you know that these mountains you see, you think is mountains. Look at this is what it really in here. So if they can, so who dug this out? Was it them or was it the ancients? Truck drivers come in stuff like this all the time. And not to mention to you this military stuff I'm hauling. So that's the military don't want you to see what's going on down here. Why?
I think we have probably played more underground content this year than we have like the entirety of the podcast. And I'm just like blown away seeing this type of footage, because at the same time we're talking about, off-world bases, operating in space. The final article I have for this segment talks about Jewish space lasers, And that makes sense why everybody would want to go underground if Israel gets control of America's space lasers. If you thought us having HARP and weather modification stuff like that is bad, imagine what happens if we get someone like Benjamin Netanyahu in control of everything we have. And so it's wild seeing this kind of footage. And what did he say? He's military, hauling stuff to this mountain that's not a mountain, that's actually the entrance to a deep underground military base. What did Donald Trump talk about just last week? While Indiana, this is in Indiana. Indiana's running out of power, but I bet you this place has everything they need. This is why people are saying that the data centers are built next to these deep underground military bunkers, because they're taking all the power, they're going underground, they're saying to heck with society, they're pulling the ripcord, and they're watching us just go at each other underground. They'll be protected in these facilities. Mark Zuckerberg just bought that castle in Ireland. You got Peter Thiel going to Argentina. Like the evidence is there that they are just securing themselves before something crazy happens. This is why they say artificial superintelligence. Sam Altman of OpenAI, of ChatGPT, said that we need to get a bunker built before we roll out AGI, that superior intelligence that we were mentioning earlier. Does it make sense yet? Are you seeing what these people are doing and what they're getting prepared for? And they just hope that you don't see. That's the wild part. They're making all these moves, they're doing all these things, and they just hope that you don't see. And even if you do see, it's kind of like, what are we going to do about it? This is why, again, you see people just pulling away from society, matching the elite's energy. If you guys are going to pull away, if you guys are giving up on it, then so are we. Let the chips fall and let them be where they be. This is what's happening as we enter into the final months of 2026, preparing for absolute chaos, talking about America imploding, economic collapse, lights off, grid down type situation, protecting the electrical grid, storing food underground, and poisoning the supply that is for the actual surface dwellers. Meanwhile, you're dropping genetically modified mosquitoes on them. It's a good time to be a polymath, I tell you that. It's a good time to be a little schizo and autistic, because you can just see all of the different and nuanced ways in which this thing, this superior intelligence, this artificial intelligence, this beast system, the technocracy, this new world order, this thing that they're creating is becoming more and more operative, more and more online. And we're seeing it. We're seeing it take place. And it blows my mind. I feel like every single week, I am also blown away by the things that we cover over here on the show and the implications of what it means. And this is why when we detoured talking about the AI endgame with that Reddit threat or that 4chan threat, that was it. We're already in the endgame. The AI is already taking over. Donald Trump ain't running nothing. They need somebody like him to be the polarizing figure to cause the stimuli that it's unable to. Biden doesn't have that kind of motion. Biden can't do what he wants like that. Donald Trump can't. And as Donald Trump affects this three-dimensional space, they're able to come up with that meta-dimensional space, the technocracy space, to engineer everything else. It's crazy what's happening right now. And this is why you keep hearing me use these phrases like being an NPC in somebody else's ChatGPT script, that the alien invasion is the AI, that they've inserted operating systems inside of people. Really comprehend where we are at in 2026 and what's happened in the past couple years, and at the same time what these people are wanting done in the next 4 to 5 years. This is the acceleration. This is the event horizon. And this is why I keep saying we have to switch our own configuration before it's too late. We can't be locked in a position of disadvantage as these people move into an even crazier position. We're doing everything we can, moving our behemoth of an operation and at the same time switching our own mental configuration. That's why we need your guys' continued support. Go to patreon.com/noise, patreon.com/NOIZCE. That's the best way to support this operation, and also the best way to support the development of FreedomFaction.news, and so much more that is coming. FreedomFaction.news is your best way to get all the updates of everything that we're doing, all of the information that we would normally cover on the show. You can scroll it, you can share it, you can tweet it, you can search it. We're going to be adding more features. We launched it earlier this week. Our articles are featured over there as well, so it directly pulls the articles we put over on Substack out. And we'll add a couple more tags and filters so people can see through like providers and specific tags and things like that. But FreedomFaction.news is the best way to get all the most current information. FreedomFaction.substack.com is the best way to get our articles that we're writing directly. And Patreon.com/noise is the best way to support it all. We can see what these people are doing, and we're trying our very level-headed best to fight in whatever way possible. And I'm sure there's even more things afforded to us as we scale up, as we fight higher battles. But we can only do that with you guys' continued support to keep us in attack formation. Patreon.com/NOIZCE. That's the best way to get everything that we're doing. Go subscribe over there at freedomfaction.substack.com. Drop your email. And if you guys want everything else we're doing, go to freedomfaction.news. We're doing more. And they're trying to stop us. Don't let them win. Stay vigilant. But like I said, ladies and gentlemen, that's all I really have for you guys and gals. If you have any questions, feel free to email me. I'll have it in the description bar below. And as always, guys and gals, stay vigilant, expose lies, and share truth. This is Noise Era, Freedom Faction, and the Exclusive Members crew. Out.